break of dawn. Reaching out to catch the sun, to hold it in our hands, longing for something strong, to hide our weakness soon. The light may disappear, nothing is meant to last. Yeah, we believe a world searching for happiness.
What's up, Dada? We're just getting started for today, just getting ramped up. Did I forget to open up anti-macro? Uh-oh. I tried to save her. She was fighting. Like running away. Level 4 Beastmaster. We're just kind of chilling today again. We're just leading up to my birthday's in a couple days, so I'm kind of just like chilling leading up to it rather than like celebrating it. I don't really do parties. I might spend some time with some friends on my birthday, but you know, my birthday is on the 15th. It's coming up in 4 days. I'm just using up the last of my my weed vape cartridges. And then we're gonna, you know, just go completely just wean ourselves off of it the best we can when we're ready, like maybe tomorrow or the next day. Probably tomorrow. And then it takes about 3 days and then it's really easy. Just developing like habits. Once like vaping weed or something like that becomes a habit, it's like at that point it's like, what am I like, why am I doing this? Like, especially since I got stuff coming up that's gonna require me to be focused. And also like I don't want anything in my system or anything like that. My ultimate deadline would be like February, but I don't want to wait that long. That's way too long for me. The only person who seems to be like most critical of like I want to like it's really important. It seems to be very urgent to me that I cessate weed intake, but nobody else seems to be as urgent as I am. I think it's because I have a lot of misconceptions about like I think I'm like have it drilled into me that like weed equals bad or whatever. It's more than that though. It's like I am noticing things that like I think it's time to put an end to it, but I need to pick the right time because once I stop, I can't start again for quite some time. In fact, I'll even ask the doctor, like, how long should I wait after surgery? Like, before I want to take, like, CBD or something like that. I think I may have made a friend. Commenter. Co-mentor. It's either co-mentor or a misspelled version of commenter. Ooh, fishing gloves, but too bad I'm not doing fishing because I don't like gill. No, I don't like the commitment that fishing requires. You don't make any gill in fishing for quite some time. Although I'm going to tell you right now, if you use lures and stuff, you can make some gill at the very least from the very beginning of the game. The problem is while you're fishing, you can't do anything except fishing. That's the problem. And if you're going to fish only when you're like, oh, we have a few minutes while we're AFKing waiting for our party member, you're not going to skill up the way you need to. It's not going to make you any real gill. Unless it's a dedicated effort, I don't really think it's worth it. That's just how I play the game. Unless I can say, I can like put a block of like 1 hour of time to like make gill this way. Or I'm not going to do it at all. I'm going to do something else. And I'm just going to use that time to AFK and stretch, stand up, get something, get a drink of water, use the time to do that instead of like, let me do more grinding in game while I'm in game. Like, you want to take breaks, okay? You want to be able to like step out, get some fresh air, talk to human beings. Hopefully you're talking to human beings while you're playing, so that's where Discord can come into play. With friends who are playing in-game, because then at least you're talking to a human being while you're playing the game, and you're both playing together, so it's like a social activity. If it's IRL, that's even better. Like if you're actually spending time with human beings. Especially if you're like, you know, out and about, walking around, moving around, interacting in the world as human beings instead of being isolated hermits. Which is what a lot of people do like to do. They like to kind of just do their own thing. And I think you'll see this with like friends groups. Like usually like there's a lot of inside jokes. And like pretty much like when you're together in public, it almost feels like you're like all inside like some kind of inside secret. That like you're all actually one person. And it's like when I'm alone, I will never act in the same way in public as I would if I was in a group in public. Because I feel so involved with the people that I know, because I care more about people in my real life. I mean, I do care about people who are like not in my life, like strangers, etc. Like people who are like, you know, working at Starbucks, etc. You know, I'm kind to people, but like, I kind of see this. I kind of see people like while they're working or whatever. I kind of see them as NPCs, and also I don't really see them as potential like friends, unless there was a situation where I met that person and it was appropriate. Then sometimes I think I'm way too careful. So there's a lot of stuff that flip-flops around in my head. And that's actually something I've been getting better at, but like still, that's like one of the reasons why I'm so exhausted a lot of the time, like mentally and psychologically, is because... By the way, let's listen to the Tarongi Canyon music. And also I need to get the sound to work to begin with. And then I'm gonna open up Antimicro and it's gonna crash the game. First, let's get the sound. Oh no, we're gonna crash the game so it doesn't matter. Yeah, I need those keys. And remember, my chat can always influence what we do on stream. So anything that you see, especially if you see it on my desktop, if you see something on my desktop, just let me know what you want to do. If you want to play Genshin Impact or League of Legends or any number, or Overwatch, you know, just to name a few examples. Those are mainly the games I'm playing in the moment. League of Legends, Overwatch, maybe Genshin Impact. But right now, I think Horizon Final Fantasy 11 is replacing Genshin Impact for sure. It has a lot of dailies that replace that. If I'm gonna have a game with a lot of dailies, I think you can only have room for one game at a time. If you're gonna play Final Fantasy 11, I don't think you can also play World of Warcraft, for example, because there's too many dailies. You already have enough dailies with one of those games. If you do dailies on both games, you're just not gonna... You're gonna need a poop sock. You need to go. You need to sit on a toilet while you're playing. At that point, and be connected to like some kind of like food delivery device, water delivery device. You basically need to be connected to a hospital bed with an IV, with coffee, and well, no, it's with Mountain Dew and Taco Bell mixture of like IV that goes straight into your bloodstream. Okay, so now the buttons work. Sinna. 12 Summoner. Yeah, it's nice when you see people with advanced jobs. Like, these people are like, they know what they want to level up. Because when you get an advanced job, you actually have to unlock it through a quest. And there's also a Summoner, especially, you have to farm a Carbuncle's Ruby. And you have to get all the weather, and it can take a little bit long. It can take a while. And then you also have to fight the avatars if you want to use them, and they're really higher level, like level 60 plus. You're gonna need like a full party of level 60 plus, or like one level 75 like summoner or red mage or black mage, possibly a white mage if their melee is good enough and their stone skin is good enough, I guess. Do I have any food with me? Unfortunately, no. I do have Empress Band. It's already in effect. We need to get level 18 back. I usually try not to use my blind bolts. I try to save gil that way. Because, I mean, I guess I can just proc blind. Does it proc 100% just like the acid bolts? No. The acid bolts seem to proc 100%. I usually rely on my dagger to proc blind, but eventually I'm going to out-level this dagger. I need to get a better one. So the blind bolts will come into play a lot later. But I should have more gil when I get higher. As you get higher level, you just naturally kind of get more gil. You can fight higher level monsters. So... I still don't have game sound? Oh. I also wanted to listen to the music in the zone. Okay, let's pause the music. The music is so jamming though. Let's pause it. Okay. This is kind of nice. You know, I guess they didn't want to use the sound font for Final Fantasy XI. Probably to avoid any kind of conflict or whatever. It's kind of nice. Whoa. The battle music, jeez. Level 18, let's go. Too weak. Odd postcard? Oh really, Dada? Of course, always drumming on the analog sticks. Remember, I did percussion in high school, in elementary school, and I played in band all through high school, and then I went to college for music, but all in different instruments. Did percussion in elementary school, marching band, and then in concert band, and then in 7th grade I was in an honor band across all the schools in my county, or whatever. Advanced band, or no, honor band. Like, it was an event, like, for a couple days, where I played triangle because I couldn't play the bells, the glockenspiel, well enough. But then, like, 8th grade, I switched to trombone. And then I played trombone all through high school. I played French horn in 10th grade in concert band, and trombone in marching band and jazz band. And then 10 years went by. I took guitar in 11th grade. But then 10 years went by or so, and then went back to college. Maybe later, I guess. I don't know. But yeah, about 10 later, about like 9 years from high school, I played. I went to college where I played clarinet. I started with trombone for like a semester, but I only played that for half a semester while I was learning clarinet, and then I learned tenor saxophone over the summer. So I played clarinet, and then after the midterm, I got lucky with that. After midterm, I switched over. I joined the symphonic band, like the concert band, on clarinet though, instead of trombone. But I still played jazz band that semester on trombone. But I switched to tenor sax the next semester. If only I had like a jack-o'-lantern, give me extra evasion. 10 extra evasion would be really well. I mean, I don't know. As time goes on, I'll have more gil. I can afford like food and stuff. You're really poor early on in the game for quite some time, but don't despair. I know Thief is expensive as time goes on, but it also has the ability to make more gil with Treasure Hunter. Skill Finder doesn't really work too well. Later on, it kind of helps a lot, I think, over time. Like, especially if you're killing higher level beastmen. This is like getting higher level will always make you more gil. At the very least, you could kill goblins and stuff, which as you get higher level, they drop higher level armor, and they drop higher gil. All beastmen do, the higher level they are. So if you're like level 75, you could be farming straight up just farm beastmen. You'd be making way more gil than somebody like level 20. Who can farm beastmen. Like, you both farm beastmen, you both spend an hour, but you get more per hour. You get more efficient the higher level you get. That's pretty much what this game's about. It's about making things as efficient as possible per hour. So your goal is not to, like, Obviously, later on you could do like big giant burst damage, like thousands of damage or whatever. And that's fun and all, but like the reason you do that is because you're trying to make things as efficient as possible. And if you do it right, you can get so much fucking damage per per monster. If you time your weapon skills correctly, if you have the best DPS gear, you have to have a TP build set that gives accuracy and focuses on building TP, possibly having store TP weapon, artifact weapon, store TP armor and stuff like that. And then you macro to like a weapon skill set just for your weapon skill that maximizes the damage of that weapon skill, whatever that might be. It's going to have slight adjustments depending on which weapon skill you're using. And then you have like sets that you use to try to stay alive longer. Like you have to have like an evasion, vitality, defense set, and possibly regen and other things like that. Counter, dodge, evasion plus, agility. If you're truly min-maxing, because when you're fighting like easy prey to toughs, even like 2 weeks, if they're like if they're a bunch of levels below you, and you're like they're too weak, it's still better to like have like how much damage can you mitigate per hour? Like you want to think about it that way, because you want to make it as easy and smooth and beneficial as possible, because you always want to make gil. You need millions of gil. If we're gonna be real, like you need millions of gil to get this anywhere in this game. If you really want to experience the whole game, like if you really want to get like all the best armor, all the best everything, you're gonna need millions and millions of gil. By the time you're level 75, especially you have 17 other friends, or give or take, you can get every single item you want in the game. If you have 17 other friends in game. And that's just a fact. Like, it doesn't matter if there's thousands of people in the server, as long as you have 18 people total. I mean, you might have more people than 18, because some people might say like, hey, I can't log in for that event, like I can only play during these hours or whatever. You're gonna want to have more people as backup, but like, as long as you have 18 people, you can literally do everything in this game. This game requires teamwork, especially at the very late game, like end game, like level 75. When you get level 75, your goal is basically to augment your gear to make you above level 75. And that's basically the end game of this game. And in retail, that goes to the extreme, because you go past level 99 like so far by the time you grind out your best gear. You're basically turning yourself into like level 180 or something, I think, in current retail. I'm not even sure. Maybe level 200 plus, who knows? You might be able to get level 255. I think apparently the game's programming, or at least the original programming, the game's programming, or at least in Darkstar, I don't know about that, but the game's programming allows you to go level 255, which means with enough gear augments, you're basically making yourself past level 75. But if you I think you can keep it balanced. If you keep it so that maybe only in like certain areas, like Unity, for example. With Unity, they had gear that only worked when you were under Unity, right? When you're in certain Unity conditions. Or like Einherjar, or Assault, or what's the campaign one? The one that's in the Wings of the Goddess. Like, just make gear that augments your level, like your stats, only work under certain conditions. So anytime you do any kind of regular content, like leveling up content, farming content, the main core game, like any part of that, I don't think any of those stats should play any role in those, because that gives a huge advantage to stuff like, farming Kirin and stuff like that. It just makes it too easy, because if you're basically level 99 or whatever, that might work if you're like in a Wings of the Goddess area. But that wouldn't work if you're like doing Dynamis, because you'll be able to solo Dynamis, which creates a huge balance, like power imbalance, and ruins the game because it ruins the economy. Because that means basically the people with the best gear are always going to control the entire economy, and they're going to decide, and they can just solo everything, and there's no reason to do anything if you're not one of those people. So it forces you to also become one of those people, and then it basically turns into current retail. But I feel like they could do something where there's certain gear that doesn't work in certain areas, right? Like they should do something like that. Like in all the original areas up to like, like sky, sea, all that. Or if they want to, because sea, like Chains of Promathia, this content only went up to level 75. They didn't require anything higher. Now any improved stats and stuff would create an imbalance as far as that goes. So basically, I wouldn't say like you could only wear in-era gear, but as far as like augmenting yourself past level 75, I feel like that only belongs in places like Wings of the Goddess, or Abyssia, or Adulin, where all those things were expected to be past level 75. So I feel like it could create a really huge balance change if in this server, as time goes on, if they do something like that, where you basically have to have gear for the higher level stuff. That'll make you past level 75, but you have to earn it, you have to grind it, and you have to grind it in the lower level areas. And you can only wear it in certain areas in those areas. So like, once you get to a certain point, it'll unlock more stuff for you. But like, you can't use it to like farm Dynamis, right? Past a certain point. Like you can get to a certain point where like, I think the devs need to figure out like where the balance is going to be. Like at what point is too much stats? Is it going to create a problem where Dynamis is too easy? Or something like that. And you need to figure out what the cutoff is, and then you find out where you're going to need those upgrades. Like, it's probably going to be Ot-Urgen stuff, right? Einherjar, Assault, Nizzle Isle, like all that kind of stuff. The Ot-Urgen gods. Kings, or whatever. Ot-Urgen kings. Uh-oh. But yeah, I think that would be great, because then they would be able to introduce Abyssia. And Abyssia already worked that way, right? Abyssia, the further along you get, the more treasure that you get, and then you unlock like enhancements, like key items that boost your stats more. And you can talk to an NPC and like purchase with the currency there, the crew ore or whatever. You can purchase stat boosts. So, and also there was gear that only worked in Abyssia. It was already a feature of the game, and I feel like if in Horizon they doubled down on that idea. Because I think in Square Enix, I think they were going with that idea originally, but I think they went a different direction. Oh no, I got Requiem. Hopefully I don't die. 30 seconds. Oh no. If they double down on that idea, because Final Fantasy XI, I remember in original retail, they already were going in that direction, where they had gear that only worked in Einherjar, and then later on they only had gear that worked in Unity or Abyssia or anything like that. And it's like, why not allow that into the game with level 75 cap, but adjust the stat bonuses, because you have the ability to with the private server, right? So it's like you adjust the stat boosts to make it so it basically adjusts your level without adjusting your level, so that you can still only wear certain gear in the regular areas. You can't wear like super high gear that's gonna like make you be able to completely solo Dynamis, right? But if you're an Abysia, you're going to need that gear just to keep it balanced. So I feel like a hand-tailored dynamic approach to the stats, I feel like that's where Horizon should take their energy. Put that into like, okay, as we, and also people aren't going to need that content to be added until a large portion of people are level 75. I'm going to tell you that right now. There's a whole bunch of stuff to do at level 75 anyway. And if you're going to add horizontal progression, maxing out Chains of Promathia is going to take up plenty of your time, trust me. And then Oturgan is going to add more. There's so much there. But that's where I think that's where the augments are really going to start. I think the augments really begin in Chains of Promathia. I do know that. I do know that in like the vast majority of the end game starts with Chains of Promathia. You get augments for your gear, and it works everywhere, Chains of Promathia and below. So from that point on, if you add in Oturgan, there's going to have to be a certain point where the devs are going to have to decide certain augments, certain gear in Oturgan should only belong in Oturgan. For like Einherjar or Assault. I think everything that comes with Oturgan to begin with, I think is okay because it was in the original game and it seemed pretty balanced. It was pretty enjoyable and fun. Although to be honest, I think there should, it does lend better to playing within Oturgan anyway. Like they already created it balanced that way. But I also do think their goal in the server is to not get rid of previous content and also to expand on that content. So hopefully they can figure out a balance. Like make gear that only works when you're in Sky. Make gear that only works when you're in Dynamis. Make gear that only works when you're in Sea. Or in Abysia. Or in Oturgan. Or in Wings of the Goddess areas. Or in Adulan. Or in any other or in Einherjar. If they add Unity, if they add the Rhapsodies Vandal, I don't think they're gonna do that. Retail already does that. I think if you're gonna want to do Rhapsodies of Vandal, you should probably go play Retail. I should have rested to full, and also this one is a bit too high level. Level 15, I think that's my cutoff. I'm getting some skill ups. I need Bloody Bolts. Level 25 is when things are going to get a little bit better for farming and stuff. Because we're going to have Bloody Bolts. I need to survive. Jesus Christ. We need a weapon skill soon. Blindness, please. Please, please, please don't die. Come on. Let's go. One more hit. Please evade. Please evade. Fingers crossed. Okay. We lived. If it final stinged, that would have been fucking annoying. And I got a beehive chip. Look. Nice. One more and I have a stack. All right. almost back to full HP. Oh, oops. God damn it. They also adjusted the HP recover formula. Okay, let's make our way over to now that we have some buffer XP. Let's make our way over to Bubarimu Peninsula, and we gotta run to Mora and get on the boat yet again. Because we need to go get our Kronstadt. We need to go get our Kronstadt Island. I mean our Kronstadt Island. We need to get our Dem Gate crystal for Kronstadt Island. Oh, I sneezed. E57. Yeah, Thief is supposed to be like a support class. Yeah, basically Thief 75 gets you so much stuff better off over time. Once you have Thief 75, you unlock so much extra ease of life, like quality of life stuff compared to anything else. Yeah, so yeah, I'm just asking. This person's like, oh, what exactly do you want to know? I was just kind of wondering, like, how is Thief in this server compared to like other servers? Oh god, I keep looking at my coffee cup. I like want a second cup of coffee, maybe a cup of tea even. Let's get a cup of tea. I usually make those stronger caffeine because I use half calf for my coffee. It's the afternoon. I need lunch in about 30 minutes to an hour. Wasp Sting is apparently the #1 weapon skill. Not Vibrabite? I like the music. We got music in zones that normally never had music. Which kind of weirded me out. Like, how come not every zone had music? Like in Final Fantasy, pretty much every zone had music. Even if it was like ambient sounds, like wind blowing or whatever. But like, that's all they had for this game in a lot of zones, like Valkyrie Dunes or Buburimo. But like in Final Fantasy X and stuff, literally like every single zone had a soundtrack. There's random like parts of zones where it was quiet, but like that was rare compared to like, I don't know. I just didn't understand why they did. What if they had music for Ronfer? How come they didn't have music for Lothane, etc., etc.? You know what I'm talking about? Or Gideus, or like how come they didn't do that? It's like they did all the, they focused on the music for the storyline content, but the thing is they made it an incentive because it's an MMO. First of all, they made it an incentive for people to turn off the music. So that means that if you're most likely going to already have the music disabled in game, then if you're going to go do missions, you have to turn it on, and most people are probably going to forget. And so like they're basically going to be doing missions to their own music anyway, like whatever CDs or MP3s or whatever they're listening to. No one's accuracy is good. Damn it, we died. I was so close. I didn't expect a will-o'-the-wisp to just like be right in front of me like that. Did you see that? I saw it. I was praying beyond hope that it wasn't gonna see me, but it did. We might want to wait a few minutes. No, I don't think anyone's gonna run by. Oh, who's that person? That person see me? Gold Lewis. Gold lovers? Gold Lewis? Oh. Gold lover. Help. I don't know which one it was. Was it gold? Oh, it is Gold Lewis. Oh. Too bad I can't search in the area when I'm dead. God damn it. We gotta run back, okay? We'll make it. Well, that was a fail. Well, we gotta run back from the beginning. Okay? Or we could go farm Gideus for a while, since we're already here. Let's just give up on that. Well, let's try that again later. Okay? So we're gonna go with Gideus and we're gonna farm beehive chips for a bit. We need Gil. Hopefully we can find easy prey. There are bees in Tarongi Canyon. Ooh, let's go to the bats in Mesa Shakrami. I should be a good enough level at 18 now, because we started there like lower level when we were a party, and they were only like even matched to T there. And now that I'm level 18, they're probably like easy prey to decent challenge. And I can farm. So that's wind crystals and wings, bat wings. Devin. Oh shit, is that Devin Nash? I answered his question without even realizing it. How much conquest points do I have? Big chonker. 4,004. Can I get something here? This is gonna be good for monk. Is this monk weapons? For staff, mercenaries pole level 18. These are all level 20. So like when I do like ninja and stuff like that, I guess I can buy it with conquest points. I'm probably gonna have different. By the time I get the level 20 on any of those, if I'm at that point, I'm probably gonna have gear for it anyway. I need more gil. So let's go. We can just run from here. Let's go. We're going to Tarongi Canyon, and then we're going all the way north to the very north exit to East Artaparta. And then we're just going east to Tarongi Canyon from there. Then we're gonna go all the way north along the east edge. We're gonna pass Buburimu for now. I don't want. We just tried to go through Bubu. I don't want to do that again. And then wait 15 minutes for a boat. When we could be making gil and XP. Because these are too low level, and Gideus are too low level. I wouldn't be getting XP while I'm farming. And I'm so low level that's not very efficient at this level. If I was like level 45 plus or something, that would make sense. Because it's going to be more beneficial to get gil per hour at that level than it would be to get XP and gil. Unless I had a golden opportunity. Like I had a duo or a trio party. Or even better, I had a pet burn party or something like that. Pet burn or like black mage burn or something like that, and I pulled for them and treasure hunted. You got to apply treasure hunter to each individual monster. You have to get enmity on every single monster that you want to be tagged with treasure hunter. You need to do some kind of steel will do it. Some kind of attack that will actually generate enmity. So even like just a regular melee hit, but it has to hit. So you need the accuracy. Or you use an ability like provoke, or you use like dia, or like a spell, or I don't know why you'd have a spell dia, like thief red mage. It makes sense if you wanted gravity and you had, but then you don't have elemental seal. Unless if you gave red mage like a combined elemental seal divine seal ability, which would make sense, right? Because they were kind of like white mage and black mage put together. They should have had an alternative to Divine Seal and Elemental Seal that was like a red mage version of that, like Arcane Seal or like call it something like some different ability. That would have made sense, right? That would be like not fully a Divine Seal. Like it would give more accuracy and like it would give more potency to cure, but not as much as a white mage. But it would also give a slight boost in accuracy to white mage debuffs, which are good for red mage. And then of course it also does the same thing with black mage spells, but also like only giving slight like not full accuracy, 100% accuracy like Elemental Seal, but it gives more accuracy to like black magic, elemental and enfeebling magic. Now I don't know how dark magic works with Elemental Seal. I'm actually not certain how that works, because dark magic is different than elemental magic. It is black magic though, so it's probably affected by Elemental Seal. And we're going up Sartabarta. We're going to go up to that east Sartabarta. There's a lot of running and stuff. As you get higher level, you get better ways to travel. And so you get Chocobo, which is a lot faster than running. And of course you get the Chocobo music. But then you also get... like airships. I mean, the boats take a while, but the airships are pretty okay to get from town to Juneau to other town, to do quests and NPCs that you need there, others, etc. Fighting, etc. Airships are pretty good. Outpost warps are the absolute best. Obviously, home point warps are the best, but that's too good. You know what I mean? Like, there's a point where it's just like, why? Like, basically make it a collect all the home points game, and then you basically just teleport everywhere instantly. It kind of turns into, like, why even play? It does save a lot of time, let's be real. So for people who don't have much time to play, it really helps. But the problem is like, this is an MMO. You shouldn't be playing, unless you should have activities lined up that you can do at different time intervals. So, like, there's things that you can do if you only have, like, 10 minutes to play. You can do something like fishing or crafting or something in your Mog house, even. You can be level 1. You can do it on a mule. You could be leveling like a craft on a mule that you delivery box to from your main. And I could also have a hardcore character that just grinds out like conquest points and gil that as soon as I die, I just send those all to my main and then delete it and try again. But I don't really want to do hardcore at the moment. That'll be a new challenge for more fun at some other point in time. Right now we're just focusing on Roki. Eventually we're gonna focus on a hardcore character. Rest assured. I might want to make a hardcore character now to reserve the name. But I'm not gonna say the name until I'm gonna do that off stream. I do some like I said, I am trying my best. I am not playing this game at all, like not even logging in, unless I'm streaming. That's the number one requirement I have to limit the time that I play this game, is that I have to be streaming it or I'm not going to be playing it. If I didn't have that rule, I would be logging in at random times or staying on for so many fucking hours. It's just insane. I would get nothing done in my life. It's a life replacement therapy if you let it. But I remember somebody said that in the game. They're like, it's life. I don't know if they said it in game or if they said it in Discord. They said life replacement therapy. Like, what the fuck? Oh, does it shuffle between different zones? It's playing Juno music. That's kind of cool. I mean, it's kind of nice because it kind of sucks when you get the same music over and over and over. So it's kind of nice that they change music as the time goes on, as it repeats. Gives you a little bit of variety. So let's just keep the game music on for a while. We were listening to my usual jams on OC Remix on Rainwave. no, this is Sarta Barta music. Never mind. This isn't Juno. I'm stupid. I'm like, this sounded so because of the violins. It's because of the violins. Made it sound like Juno. I get it. So it doesn't shuffle music, it just keeps playing it. I'm just stupid. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba-ba. Too bad you can't just have it like play the regular music for the normal parts of the game and then play the new music in only the places where they have the music where they added it. I think that would be a good option, but that's like too hard programmatically, I guess. Maybe one day they'll add that. Somebody would have to do a lot of work to do it. Would I be the one who have to do that? Oh no, they would have to allow a GitHub for that. And that would mean they'd have to expose server secrets. So they keep the server to themselves. So otherwise, people would learn how to like manipulate the game, and it would ruin it. I think the idea with open source is not so that it's always open source. It's so that like somebody might like, if you want to publish something, it has to follow that. But once you use it, you could probably like change it enough that you can, I don't know. It's like, I don't know. It's like, I like the version 2 of the public license or whatever. For Linux stuff, that was the GPT, I don't know what it was. The GPL. General license is GNU General Public License Agreement. The GNU GPL. Oh wait. Is the GPL. Version 2, which allows you to like, if you burn something on a chip on hardware, so that it's like in an encrypted format or whatever, then it's like, well, who's gonna know? But also it's like, it allowed that. Like, it actually explicitly stated you can do that. And it's like, in version 3, you can't do that. And it's like, well, that really limits, because there's certain things that if you publish the code, people are gonna find vulnerabilities in it. Which does, I'm gonna be real with you, if you create libraries that allow better encryption algorithms, then that shouldn't be a problem. Like, ideally, like, we're gonna talk about ideal fantasy world. We're not gonna talk about reality. And ideally, in the perfect world, you should be able to see every single information publicly in like a GitHub, and still be unable to encrypt it, because it uses libraries that create on the fly encrypted files to encrypt data as it's being used, instead of using pre-programmed ones. So what you do is you make libraries that are very difficult to, like, you make libraries that create very difficult to become vulnerable, like make a vulnerability in like a software, to exploit. And so if you, from the very beginning, design a library that does that, instead of try to do something that's like, oh, well, you know, if somebody has the plain text file with all the passwords in it, you know what I mean? Your bank information, social security number. Thing is like, if you make your identity something that nobody could possibly ever steal because you're such a public entity that see, it's like, I don't know, I'm trying to become a public entity in some way in this world, like a creative of some sort. I am working on a lot of stuff behind the scenes, so be tuned. Stay tuned for leveling up in my career at some point. You're gonna see a big influx at some point, and it's not gonna be obvious until it happens. But yeah, I'm getting a lot of stuff done in my life that's gonna facilitate huge improvements in my life. Let's just stick around here. I mean, I could be fighting the bats. Okay, let's go check out the Mesa Shikrami. What I need is alchemy level 100, but that won't be for quite some time. Then I'll also have items, like I can make like high potion +1s and shit like that. To like help in like huge pinches. Like if I get really low HP, if my bloody bolts aren't doing the trick, and it's like I'm getting low TP, and then always carry an Icarus wing, or some other item that's going to like allow me to escape, or instant warp, or allow instant warp. Like let me survive long enough to warp, or to zone, like flee. Like give me like what if my recast on flee is like 2 minutes or whatever? I don't know why it would be, but let's say it was. Then I would like need to survive for 2 minutes until I can flee and run away to the zone instead of warping. See, the thing about Thief is like if you have flee, it gives you so much more in-game utility. You travel so much faster. In fact, if I use flee, it gets me to the Mog House from my home point. So once I get flee at level 25, that's gonna be really nice. Let's hold off on killing stuff for a bit. Let's run to Mazer Shakrami to the best of our ability. And then we're going to check out to see if we can actually level up on those bats instead. Well, first of all, let's get this rare... Oh, that's too low level. Let's get the next bee we see. Or other easy prey. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to weapon skill. We got Wasp Sting. Eventually I'll be able to afford the 2k or whatever. Like, once I see 2k as a small amount of gil, then I'll just be using like Yagudo, not Yagudo drinks. Then I'll be using jack-o'-lanterns for evasion +10. It's basically like having a wind staff. And also you should have wind staff because you can wear it if you're trying to run away, if you're not meleeing. You just need evasion +10 because, evasion +10 is a lot, even at level 75. So evasion +10 at any level, level 1, with jack-o'-lanterns, like that's great. Makes you survive so much longer. Especially if you have like, what is it, Selbina milk that gives you regen? Or there's like Cafe au lait that gives you regen for like longer. Or I think you can drink coffee, or... Like, there's coffee in the game. I think that only happens once Otterigan comes, because Otterigan, they don't have coffee here in the West. It's in the Near East. They didn't add the Far East until they added, like, Rhapsodies of Vana'diel. When they did Rhapsodies of Vana'diel, they added, like, the Esha Zeta and all that. And the Reisen Jima and all that kind of stuff. That must be for a quest. Shalena. Should I trade a Trent bulb to it? Draw odd pokes card. That's how you find secrets out, by the way. Doing weird stuff that nobody would ever think about doing. But obviously it's a long shot. But if somebody got the idea and then like sat there for like 24 hours, like trading every single item they possibly have, or talking to every single NPC first to see if there's a quest involved with it. Like literally talking to every NPC in Windurst areas, then going to Mora and then talking to every NPC there. We're gonna do that one day, by the way. And then probably also, no, from there you'd have to go to Juno. So, I mean, you might. But I mean, there might be a quest even in Koshted Highland. Like, I mean, Tarongi. There might be even a quest in Bastok or Sandoria that's involved here. You never know. But most likely it's going to be Windurst or Mora. So you just talk to every single NPC, get every single quest involved, and then one day you just kind of systematically go through each quest. You might just do them one at a time, just do it while you're there. Depends on the quest. So I have a choice to make right at this exact minute. Do I go do what I was originally doing, which was go to Kronstadt so I could get the Dem Gate Crystal, or keep going to Mage Shikami? I'm gonna go to Mage Shikami. Let's go back there. Especially if I can keep up. But just team up with the Beastmaster. Okay, let's run back to Sebian. We're gonna run together. It's not him. West. Where are you? I thought you were way closer than I thought. Xanarkand. We gotta go to Xanarkand. And then we can farm damels and stuff. Yeah, I got like defense down. I got like debuffs and stuff. Yeah, I feel like Thief is like best for like low groups, like small groups. Like if you do like a Thief, a Beastmaster, Summoners. Like Thief, Beastmaster, Bard, and Summoner would be freaking crazy. Crazy. Like that's just 4 people. If you're gonna add any more, like get another Beast or another Thief. Or a Black Mage. Would be best. Like a Black Mage, if you're gonna add Black Mages, like they're gonna just slam everything, and they're also gonna like sleep everything and maybe even do AoE damage. If they time out spells, like if they do like and if the summoners also time it with it. So basically Black Mages and summoners time their damage the exact same time, like in spikes. Or if they don't need to, then they like time it with a partner. And like the summoners time together and the Black Mages time together separately. so that you're always having damage going on instead of waiting the whole minute or whatever for Blood Pact. Maybe have one summoner and one black mage. So the summoner times with the black mage, and then the next summoner times with the other black mage after 30 seconds. And then the next, and then you alternate every 30 seconds instead of going every once a minute. Unless you need to do that amount of damage. Most of the time I'm thinking an XP setting you don't need to do. You need to focus more on damage over time and just keeping it, just keep dishing it out. Like in spike damage. It's usually what you want to do with like something like Black Mage or Summoner. Spike damage. Summoner can do DOT, and then Black Mage can also do utility debuffs and enhance like sleep, bind, and if you sub Red Mage at level 74 plus, if you sub Red Mage at level 75, you get level 56 plus, you get Gravity. Level sync. You have any extra food? Oh, there's no music in the dungeon. Move along, adventurer. Move along. Move along, adventurer. Yeah, I mean, Mithra are crazy. Okay, we're gonna go back out. Yeah, now I can do sneak attack better with a partner. Oh, let me turn off the music though. Maybe better than solo, I think. Okay, let's save my next sneak attack for weapon skill. And I can get a defense down as well. Before I weapon skill as well. Let's get even more damage. Oh, never mind. He weapon skilled. Okay, now we're gonna try again. Now it's melting like butter. There's like 3 of us, basically. Getting some good level ups, and I like how it procs every time. That's a huge like gift to the players. I'm gonna tell you that right now. Well, this is dangerous. Got a bone chip. I'm gonna die. Whoops. Whoopsie. Oh, and we're gonna have to. Oh no, no, never mind. Why is somebody using yell to say that? Yeah, I think Thief and Beastmaster go really well together. Especially if they're sub-white mage. Especially if they're Tarutaru. But this one isn't Tarutaru. But that's okay. It's not a requirement. Jeez. What food can I even afford? I can't get a jack-o'-lantern. Those are the ones I definitely need. 3K? It's like 1K an hour. I need 2K more. I got nothing up. Bella. So much stuff I need to farm. Don't worry, we got plenty of time to do that. Just take our time. There's plenty of time, trust me. Oh, I think my Beastmaster friend left. That's fine, I can wait. Maybe he'll send me a tell when he gets back. Oh, yeah, he's an elven male. This Metroid Prime is great. Okay, so what we're gonna do now, we're gonna try again. We gotta go exactly back to where we already were. That seemed to be the best spot. It was in Tarongi and Meisha Krami. I could farm the Akbabas, I could farm the bats, and I can farm the Damels. I think the Damels and the Akbaba first. Maybe we get level 19. Then we switch to the bats and goblins. Alright, well, let's go check out the bats and goblins first. See what level they are. See if we have a chance at them. Still, I need 2k gil. What can I do for gil before I leave again? 'Cause having that evasion plus 10 would help out so much. Oh well, maybe next time. Let's fill our inventory first, sell everything, and then later we can go back. We can probably go farm. We can just go back later when something sells. We can probably sell stuff to NPC as well. To get the jack-o'-lantern. Because we need 3k. That's so expensive. It's 1k an hour. Later on, 3k is going to be nothing. For 3-hour food, that's pretty good. Like 1k an hour is not bad. If I can make 2k more gil right now, that'll give me 3 hours of farming. And if I can make at least 3k an hour, that's already paying for it in 1 hour. Arnok. At your service. Arnok. I mean, that guy has a British accent for some reason. Arnok, at your service. Giant Galka. Or like Loyal. Well. An Ogier. Okay, let's... Okay, what we're gonna do... Imagine being poor. Burn. Well, ERP for Gil? What the hell's ERP? Erotic roleplay? These people are gonna get GM, like, talked to by a GM. That's not appropriate to use Yelp for that. Using Yelp is for in-game stuff like that you need. Imagine Dragons? Wrong game. Go to Final Fantasy 14. Oh my goodness. It definitely is an entertaining chat. It is like, it's not rated G by any stretch of the imagination, but it's not like weird. People are seriously looking for erotic roleplay in Final Fantasy 11? I can understand that, but seriously, like what? I know what ERB is. I didn't. Yeah, use Discord, just fucking Christ. If you're gonna erotic roleplay, don't do that in the yell. Like, don't do that in the slash yell. Will erotic roleplay for Gil. And, you know, I kind of argue that, like, people who say, like, oh, it's a guy pretending to be a girl in game. And it's like, well, isn't that the point of having an avatar? Is that you're playing as the gender of the avatar rather than your... I mean, if people want to express their gender, why not let them play girl characters? And they're like, oh, because they're trying to manipulate guys into getting Gil. And it's like, well, they're not, you know, like, maybe they want to be manipulated. And maybe they like, you know, girl characters that are played by guys. And maybe not all those people are actually guys. Maybe they're trans. And so, like, maybe allow video games as a place for people to express their gender. And so, being weird about, like, someone, like, wanting to play a character the different gender than they are? Well, maybe it's not a different gender than they are. Maybe they're actually, if they play a girl character, maybe they're actually trying to play a girl character because they want to play a girl character. And maybe they also, them as they're playing as their girl character, turns them into like a slutty girl mode. And maybe they want to be a slutty girl mode. Maybe they're guys, maybe they're trans. What does it matter? If they're guys and they want to act slutty in a game, that's their right, you know, that they're getting it out of their system. They want to express their sexuality or their curiosity about their gender, or they want to feel something. I don't know. Like, let them do it. Like, to each their own, you know. Like, geez, I don't want to kink shame someone. Not everybody sees it. I mean, obviously, I'm going to be very clear. Being transgender is not a kink, but I mean, for some people, they're gender non-conforming, and that might take effect in a video game. And some people are into that. They might want to erotic roleplay, and maybe they know that the female character may not be and like look very similar to the character that they have in game. Maybe they have a beard and maybe they're a little overweight. Maybe he's balding. Maybe it doesn't matter. Like, you know, you can physically look a certain way, but like that's something separate from how you're expressing your gender. You don't have to, like, you know, you might be attracted to men, and if somebody is like pre-transition, and especially if they're not trans and they're not going to take hormones, and you're attracted to a man, then that's perfectly fine. Nothing wrong with that. I'm not particularly attracted to men who look like that, but I'm attracted more to, I am kind of attracted more to, trans women. Especially trans women with penises. But that's my taste, okay? I have tastes in my sexual tastes. Everyone has different tastes in people that they want to have in their life. Whether it's physical appearance or otherwise. But some people who are trans feminine aren't attracted to certain trans feminine people because they look too masculine. And I understand that. And I also understand why that might upset people. I would feel upset too. In fact, there are people who think I'm too masculine. because I'm trans. I'm very visibly trans, I guess. Like there is I don't know, like you get clocked as a trans person really easily, especially if you take off your pants, and especially if you haven't had a surgery. But the thing is people have these like preconceived notions over like how they feel about us. And so it's like kind of frustrating when some people are like, oh, you know, I don't really find this trans person attractive. I understand how that might make you feel, but they're allowed to not find you attractive. You have to accept that. But at the same time, I really kind of open people up like, hey, like, you know, maybe calm down a little bit. Maybe not be so adamantly opposed, like vehemently. Like when you're like vehemently like saying, oh, you know, I'm not gay, I work out. Like one of those kind of guys, you know, super straight types. You know what I mean? You get one of those people. And it's like, dude, just relax. Like, you know, maybe those people have some issues with their own gender and with their own sexuality. Maybe they should explore it and maybe they'll feel a lot more comfortable. But it's we can't do that for them, obviously, and can't rush them. And I think it's pretty abusive to, you know, try to like rush people when they're not ready. At the same time, though, it's like with trans people, it's like you're not going to be attracted to every single type of trans feminine body. You might be attracted to my body, but you know, I'm not attracted to trans feminine bodies that are more muscular or have like breast augmentation, or if her face is just not really. I know that I'm like a little bit shallow, okay? As a, you know, I'm a trans woman. I should be more accepting, but I don't have to be attracted to every single type of person, and nobody is. Nobody is attracted to every single type of person. Now, would I have that person in my life and be friends and get along with and have amazing, you know, conversations with? Absolutely. Doesn't mean I have to be sexually attracted to that person. But that also doesn't mean that you have to treat people like they're garbage or like they're like some kind of ugly creature that no one would possibly want to have sex with. You know, like you don't have to go that far. Okay, come on, like calm the fuck down. Jeez. Like, you don't think it's already hard enough as it is? Like living through life as a trans woman and trying to find people who actually see you as the attractive woman you are, instead of having all these preconceived notions about you and making up all these stuff based on their own projections that they have through their own mental health insecurities about their sexuality and their gender identity, and they confuse gender identity and sexuality together. They have lots of preconceived notions based on their experiences in community, what people have told them, the jokes people have made. Like when they're drinking, they make jokes. They say like the T slur or the SH slur. You know, to refer to us like we're not even people. They refer to us as terminology that's used only in pornographic contexts, and you know, like we're some kind of sexual deviants, and also they see us as some kind of embarrassment, that if their friends, if their buddies found out that they jacked off to trans porn, they would like freak the fuck out. Like they're freaked the fuck out about people finding out that they watched trans porn. These people exist. And it's like, it's really fucked up because it's basically saying that like I'm some kind of sexual deviance to them. They don't see me as a person. They see me as some kind of fetish. Like I'm not a kink. Like obviously you can be attracted to trans feminine bodies the same way you can be attracted to like, you know, cisgender bodies. But we have body types that are as varied as cisgender body types. In fact, a lot of the times we have more what people would consider like feminine bodies in some cases than cisgender women in some cases. So like this whole idea that like being assigned female at birth is this ultimate dictator of whether or not people find you attractive is extremely manufactured. Because there's some trans women you'd be attracted to, but you wouldn't be attracted to cisgender women because like of the way that their body type is. So body type is really what matters to most people, I think. I think for most people when they're thinking about sexual attraction, They're thinking about body type, and they're also thinking about emotional connection. They're also thinking about spiritual connection. They might be thinking about long-term commitments, like whether or not you're going to get married or not. You know, even though we're dying and running back, we are making XP. In fact, we made like 500 experience or something like that. So after all that, we're still making positive XP. Just not as much as we could have been making if we didn't die. And also if our Beastmaster stuck around. But yeah, I mean, it's just kind of fucked up how many people like are extremely attracted to trans feminine bodies, whether they be trans women or femboys or whatever. Because there's some femboys who take estrogen shots, or at least a few times, so they can get their butt to be all feminine. Because they want to feel feminine, but they don't consider themselves women, and that's perfectly fine. And they need estrogen because they want to feel more estrogen-y. Because they want to feel comfortable in their gender. And as a male, for them, for femboys, for example, for some femboys who want to take estrogen, they feel more masculine, ironically, with more estrogen. Because they see their masculinity as their femininity, if that makes sense. I don't understand. I'm not a femboy. I'm a trans woman. But I'm just like guessing based on my understanding of my own, from my own experience. Like I'm just trying to like, you know, try to understand and infer things based on my past experience as a trans woman, with especially with estrogen, because I know what estrogen feels like, and estrogen is going to affect you in chemical ways regardless of whether you're a woman or a man. And so as a woman, I see myself differently, and so the estrogen is much more than just chemical changes. I am making spiritual changes. Because I see myself and live my life as a woman, and I am effectively a woman in society, because that's what womanhood is. It's living your life as a woman, which can mean all sorts of different things to all sorts of different people. To me, I'm still trying to figure that out. I think a lot of women are trying to figure it out, especially women my age. Kind of super young. So like, you know, I'm 30s, you know. Like when you start to try to, if you try, obviously if you don't try to figure life out, it's just gonna pass you by. Like you're just gonna keep living and getting older. You're not necessarily you have to take the effort to actually make changes in yourself. You have to make effort and effort over time, continually doing things on a daily basis over time so that you can achieve the things you want. But most people, they just want to like kind of party on the weekends and work 9 to 5, and that's fine. That's a perfectly okay way to live, and a lot of people are really happy that way. But if you really want to make personal growth and changes to your life, and also understand people more and have life experience and learn knowledge and gain skills that'll just make you a more well-rounded person, you kind of have to work at it. It's not something that just happens just because you get older. This whole idea of age being this decider of how understanding of the world you are is false. It's about stages, and you have to get to those stages. You know, it's funny. It's like those people who are like 16 years old who are like protesting and like doing public speaking for like climate change and like politics and all that kind of stuff. They're doing high school on top of that, and they're passing like, you know, 4.0 GPA kind of, like 5.0 GPA kind of stuff. There's 16-year-olds that do that. There's also 16-year-olds like, you know, who like me just kind of gave up and just kind of like hung out with friends, played video games, and got stoned. You know, when I was in high school and shit like that. You know, like some high school students, you know, I could have done the 5.0 GPA because I had the intelligence, but I got it drilled out of me. The school system failed me because of like issues that I had no control over, but I had no medical understanding at the time. So I forgive myself and I forgive my family for the most part. I still am like really kind of wishing that like some things went differently when I was growing up, but I can't go back in time, and I'm the woman I am today because of the life that I lived. So I have to accept that spiritually. If I don't accept that, you're gonna have a bad time, okay? You don't do drugs, okay? Drugs are bad, okay? Okay. Okay. You remember when South Park was the most controversial thing ever, and like Twitter is like 10 million times more controversial on a by the second? How far have we come as a society that South Park used to be considered the top pushing of envelope in entertainment? Like, how far have we come where on a daily basis people are literally posting like the fucking weirdest shit on Twitter? Oops, I already did defense down. Rest up. You know, there's this automatic assumption that somebody must know more than me. Like, I was thinking that person was stealing a bag of herb seeds from the strolling sapling. I saw that. And I thought, well, that must be what I should save steel for, right? That was my immediate assumption because I just assumed that that person knew more than me. The person doesn't even have a sub job. So why was my first assumption that that person knows more about the game than I do? So that's kind of like something I've been trying to pinpoint in therapy and work on. I've gotten a lot better about having more confidence in myself. I have this like lack of self-belief, lack of self-confidence. Like, I feel like I'm just gonna slip and fall and just destroy everything. Like, a lot of the time with something, even if it's something really simple that everything's like perfectly fine and I'm like overreacting. It's kind of a dangerous, you kind of don't want to just follow it. I want to wait till it stops. Okay. Oh god, I want another cup of coffee. Or I want a cup of tea. Yeah, that's why I keep it in my storage, because I don't want to drop it or sell it. Because if I drop it, I'll just have to get it again. If I wait 10 seconds. There we go. And the shield mitigates damage as well. Might even be better than Utsusemi, I'm gonna be real. Might be able to just keep subbing Monk. Keep the extra HP. And at level 50, you get dodge. And I could also keep hand-to-hand leveled up in case we need to fight undead and I need to keep a Cesti with me higher level. I don't want to keep getting Cesti until I'm at a point where it's going to take longer to level up, because otherwise I'm going to have to keep upgraded, although I'm not going to really need it for level sync, so I'm going to keep my daggers for level sync. But like, I think hand-to-hand, that's a luxury to keep level syncs. And also I don't have that kind of inventory space, so to be continued on that. Like a lot of this game is really just kind of grinding stuff, and then while you're grinding it, you're kind of brainstorming your next steps. That's actually what most of the enjoyment of this game is. Like, okay, so I'm gonna go north and I'm gonna go to Mesa Shukrami. I'm gonna check the bats, and if I can solo them, I'm gonna farm those for a while. If not, I need to get to level 19 first to at least get a level. That gives me a little extra stats, and then maybe I can farm them better there. But I might be able to just farm them right now. They might just be too high level, but we'll see. But I need to make my way there and actually survive this time. Because I keep dying, and I need to stop doing that. Now if I had jack-o'-lanterns, they're 3k each. I need to be really careful, because if I die with those, like that'll waste my, that'll waste 3k. Oh no. Oh, that killed it anyway. Derpy. Yeah, like the Yagura, for example, level 13, easy prey. If I can't really handle these, then how am I supposed to... Start off with sneak attack. Hopefully it doesn't turn around. Wait till it stops. Much higher levels, I think, especially once you get Utsu Ni, might be better to sub ninja. But like, I think leveling up to like level 50 plus, like level 50, I think sub monk would do a lot better for farming. Because I get extra HP, I get extra vitality, I get stuff like subtle blow, which ninja also gets, but so I get that as well. But it's like I get all the extra stuff monk gets. They get dodge, which is an ability at level 25 that monk can use that adds extra evasion. So that's really gonna help out a lot. I think a lot of the time, I think the reason why I freak out about a lot of things was because I think I was conditioned from an early age to like expect everything to blow up in my face. Like if I try to do something, I expect something to go wrong. And so I just have this huge fear of things going wrong, and it causes a lot of anxiety, and I'm trying to like work on it and stuff, but it takes a while. I'm getting better. A lot better, actually. Way better than 3 years ago. Way better than when I started therapy. Jeez. I can't believe 3 years have gone by, and then by the end of the year, I'm actually going to be done with all my transgender medicine. I mean, obviously estrogen for the rest of my life, just like insulin. Insulin and estrogen are my 2 hormones I gotta take for the rest of my life. Because insulin, if you did not know, I believe, last time I read on Wikipedia, unless I'm false, maybe I read it in the wrong place. I believe I read it in Wikipedia. But insulin is a hormone. Just like an estrogen or testosterone. Notice that they all end in the letter N? Testosterone, I don't know, testosterone. It has an N sound, but estrogen, insulin, I don't know. I could just farm the bees here too. That's super easy. And what level are the crawlers? Way too low, way too high. So decent challenge, yeah. Let's keep going north. We can go to the Akbaba. What level are the Damel? Easy, level 14. The Damel kick ass. Like they pack quite a wallop. I don't think I would fight those unless I was duo like with that Beastmaster. That would have been awesome. If we could have duoed the wild Damel. Maybe like level 25 I can farm the Damel. But by then I might want to be farming the leeches in Buburimu. If I have the outpost warp, just outpost warp to Buburimu, and then use flee and just run to the south beach, clear the area, and then run to the east beach next time you get flee, I guess. Clear it twice, and then flee to the other one, and then, oh. Yeah, I think the Damel are a lot stronger than the bees, for example. So even a level 15 bee, I think, would still be easier than a level 15 Damel. Please drop a beehive chip. Well, we didn't get a bee-type chip. We're gonna cry about it till our link shell for 4 hours. Remember when I was like in high school, that's the kind of stuff I would do. No, people would do, not me. But like the other people who were my age. It seemed like most people who played the game were like my age, I think. There was, every now and then, there was like the person who was shipping off to like Afghanistan or whatever. Who was like, yeah, I'm playing, and like, person in the link shell. There's always that person in the link shell, right? You always had that person in the link shell or someone in your party group or whatever that was like, yeah, I'm shipping off to Afghanistan in like a month. We're gonna be able to play, or they're in Afghanistan and they're playing Final Fantasy 11. Somehow they get internet somehow, somewhere. Or they're paying out the wazoo for some kind of wireless. Like they have like some satellite that can work. They could be literally in the fucking middle of the fucking jungle. No civilization for miles, no internet. But because like you're paying like $1,000 for like this satellite internet that works anywhere on the planet or something like that. And so you can like play Final Fantasy 11 out in the fucking middle of nowhere. And you build yourself like a little hut, right? You make yourself a home, and you like have a little garden, and maybe you have like little rabbit traps and like other animal traps, and protein from like sprouts and like bean sprouts and stuff like that. All sorts of different stuff you could be doing. like out in the wilderness, like if you're living off the grid, but you have to be able to afford it. Ironically, people say like, oh, it's cheaper to live off the grid. It's not. You have to have that starting capital. You have to have land to live on. So really, you're not living off the grid if you purchased the land. It means you're literally on the grid, but you're basically off the grid because most people are not going to like walk near your house because if there's no neighborhoods, if there's no like houses, if there's no like parks, if there's no trails, if there's no like sidewalks or places to drive to, if it's just a patch of land and you put your house like right in the middle, so that you have to actually like you have a secret path that you take, or you have like a conveyor belt that you can walk across. How about that? It's actually like it's powered like solar powered battery or something that lasts for like a while or whatever, a really strong lithium ion or something like that. I don't really know, but like let's say you have like a conveyor belt that you can turn on and off, and you turn it on and it makes you walk like 3 times faster, and then you walk to your house like 3 times, but it's locked behind like you have to like use like a special key to get in, right? Like a identifying badge, or and also like a hardcore hardware lock. Like a U-lock on your bike, on your like one of the special like locks that people put on their motorcycles. Get a lock like that to like lock a door that like can't be opened. So then only you and approved people can go in there and close it and lock it afterwards, of course. Yeah, so it's like, I think it's because like I expect things to always be punished. So like, I mean, especially when it comes to like THC and stuff, because like historically, I would be punished if I was partaking in marijuana because it was seen as like some kind of like, I don't know, I was like, I was treated like a juvenile, even though I was like older than 18 at the time. So it's like, we're not gonna go there right now. I don't really want to talk about that, but like, what was I talking about? Okay, so let's rest. Oh. Basically, what was I talking about? Drink some water. I want to make some tea. Let's make some tea. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm gonna make some tea. Yeah, so I'm gonna have to like, I think today in a little bit, not at the moment, but I need to go start my car and let it run for a bit to keep it, because I need to like at least do that once a week to keep the engine warm and all that. Because I won't be able to drive it until I finish all the DMV stuff. You know, I'll probably just have some alone time, just kind of think and listen to some music. Usually do when I'm not streaming. Well, I don't really consider myself really doing much right now. I mean, I'm talking about a lot of stuff, so I'm documenting a lot of my thoughts, but besides that, I'm not actively trying to make content right now. I'm using a lot of old, so I found an old VOD from my first stream on kick.com. I had a lot of content on there, but I need to edit it together, and so far we're gonna watch it. Anybody there? Is anybody even there? Did you see my newest video? But did you see the one on my other channel? Because the one on this channel that I'm streaming on, this one I did an earlier version, but then I changed the audio and I changed the editing a little bit, and I think it's better now. We might have a friend on Discord. Let me join. Oh, but I crashed the game. Oh no. Just a second. I'm gonna have to join the... Get Discord open. Okay, let's try to get back into the game. I'm gonna try that one again. A few extra seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Play HorizonXI. Usually I don't have people watching my streams, so it's really don't expect it, especially when I'm just hanging out playing Final Fantasy 11. That's like the least likely. I consider this the same as being offline, if I'm gonna be real. It's a little bit different. Sometimes I get new viewers actually on YouTube because they search Final Fantasy 11 and they find my stream because I'm like the only one streaming. Okay, join our server. I need to type it in. I can't copy paste. I turned that off. It seemed really intrusive. Okay, let's cancel. I'm not showing it, hopefully. Okay. Oh, what happened to my overlay? That's also something I needed. Play the music and my Twitter. Let me turn off that window capture, or whatever that might be. Let me add the Discord really quick.
gonna
Hi.
fight today.
How are
Hello.
you? Hi, it's Roki.
Oh, I'm awesome.
Say hi to YouTube.
Oh, hi there, you two.
Oh, wait, just a second. I need to set
Look
up.
at this. We're getting the sexy teenagers in here.
Silly Family Guy
boy.
character. Just a second. I keep talking amongst yourselves, and I don't know. I need to set up the audio really quick.
Oh dear, please don't. Heaven forbid people find out that I can do this voice.
Oh. Oh, okay. Oh wait, you guys are live. Okay, good.
Oh, sweet Jesus.
That's way. You sound just like him. Jeez.
Yes. Isn't that wonderful? I like playing in parties with the Tartaru, being surrounded by all the little boys.
Oh God! Don't talk about like that. Jesus Christ. I'm serious. I'm live.
Nah,
I'm
I
live
don't.
on stream.
I don't.
It's like.
I don't.
I mean, it's from
I say
Family
those
Guy,
types of
so
things
it's
to get
like-
reactions out of people.
Yeah, it's all good. All right.
This is my first time on YouTube.
What are you guys up to?
Well, I just died to pirates on the boat, then got resurrected, and now I'm in Valkyrie Dunes hoping for a party while I get to a zone line,
Oh,
just in case the weather changes.
what level are you?
11 Thief. I have White
Oh.
Mage sub job right now because I've been soloing.
I'm up to 18. I'm trying to get into Mesa Shakrami. I want to see like what I can do there. Sub monk. I think I want to sub monk for like a while, and to get ninja prepared, obviously. But like I want to try like at level 50 especially, like sub monk, like have like dodge, and like for soloing at least for farming
As what main?
as like thief/monk.
Oh, okay.
And then it also, I don't know, at some point, I don't think I get chakra. Or wait, do you? Like level 70? Because that would be level
Yeah, at
35
level
monk,
70
right?
you'd get it. I believe so. They may have changed things because they said in the launch notes that certain abilities have been moved around.
Yeah.
And until I was playing White Mage and getting up high enough, I hadn't noticed any of them. And then I did.
Yeah, maybe by the time we get to 75, we're going to see the differences. It's probably going to not really be apparent, these lower levels. These lower levels seem a little bit easier than, and I think it's a little bit like more balanced lower levels too.
Well, the only major difference that I saw is, well, first off, you get your first weapon skill at 10 instead of 5, but everybody's seen that by now.
Oh,
But
I
the
didn't even
weapon
realize
skills
that.
Yeah. The weapon skills that you get are different. Or at least in a different order. Some of them are. My White Mage gets Shining Strike first, which is what it normally does. Typically, it would then get Seraph Strike, but instead it got Starlight, which is
the MP gen.
skill 100.
Yeah,
That's
that
a skill 100.
it feels like
And
it would
then
be
the next
way
one I got
better
after that
early
was
on.
Brain Shake.
Oh, sorry.
so- No, you're fine.
Yeah,
So
it
the-
feels
the
like it
first
would be
three you
way
have-
better earlier on having Starlight because the MP regen is like almost
Oh, it's a
useless by
lifesaver.
the time you get it, almost.
Oh yeah, because by the time you normally get it, you're popping out Cure 3s, Cure 4s. And at 100 TP, I was getting, what, 23? About 23 MP? Not quite enough for a Cure 2.
Yeah, like I mean that's not like a ton of MP, so it's like later on that's like almost like a useless amount of MP to gain later on, like level 50 plus or whatever it is, or level 30 plus.
Yeah. Well, yeah, at level 30 plus, I haven't used it, but then level 30 plus as a White Mage, I'm not really in the thick of things fighting.
Yeah,
Not
exactly. So you don't TP.
Alright.
I mean, this is all about like small group stuff, like when you're soloing or duoing or trio, quads.
Ooh, I got a color.
So like I
It's
think
raining.
there's a lot of stuff in the game that's like if you have like a thief, a beastmaster, and like a some kind of mage or whatever, all like a white mage, for example, with their club. And if you were teamed up with a thief and a beastmaster, you could probably do some good damage with a club on white mage and get that that would probably be good for like doing farm groups.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's like you can survive for quite a while. And I think the weapon skill would help you recover some MP every now and then.
Another really good setup if you want to go with white mage in a melee group is having a strong ninja to tank, because then they're not taking much damage. You don't have to cast a lot. If you've got regen, that's even better. Just pop a regen on them after shadows go down and starting to take damage. The total healing from a regen is about 125, give or take. And the best you're going to get from a Cure 2 is about 90.
Yeah,
So,
this is more MP efficient.
Well, yeah, because Cure 2 followed by a Cure 1 is going to run you 32 MP. And that's not quite as much, but a single regen is only 15 MP, and that's going to do a little bit more healing.
Yeah, I like to use. It's really underutilized on white mage. Regen. It also protects you from getting too much enmity. Oh god, someone just zoned freaking Ghost and Poltergeist. I gotta zone back into fucking Mesa Shurkrami. Like, now that brings back some memories though. Zoning to some monster already aggroing to you. I think they changed that like later on, but it's kind of fun that they kept it here.
Yeah. Honestly, what's blown my mind so far when it comes to the club weapons is the number of paladins out there that are using a hammer.
Oh really? Maybe they're WoW players.
Probably.
They think that paladins are supposed to use clubs.
Well, I mean, the Alliance paladins and some, but usually not the Horde paladins. They get a quest that the reward is a hammer.
Oh.
The Blood Elves get a pole arm. But most time, yeah, it's a hammer.
I wonder if what level you get the weapon skill that's based on your max HP. Like if they're gonna change the level on that one, or
Spirits Within.
Yeah, does anybody know that yet, or?
I'm sure someone out there does. I don't, because my highest is a level 30, and on top of the level 30, I have several low levels that have. See, I've gotten Red Mage and Black Mage both up nearly to 20 and Thieves at 11.
Nice.
So, I haven't been particularly consistent in leveling just one job. But that's because Thief, Summoner, and Ninja are the three that I want to take up to 75 first. Not in that order.
Yeah, I'm getting Thief first. Unless something else happens and I just like magically get whisked away into some kind of train that gets all the way to level 75 in like a week or something like that. Like, and suddenly now I'm like a 75 like other job. Would it like if my monk somehow like gets dragged along? That's never gonna happen. By the level 45, your monk's gonna be frozen by Gil. Like by the time you need to get like, what is it, Jujitsugi? You want to get the Hochimusha. What is it called?
I know what you're talking about.
Ochiudo's Kote. Ochiudo's.
Yeah. The thing is, those are very powerful and very helpful, but you don't need them. Absolutely.
I know, but I'm just saying, like, if you want to be like powerful, yeah.
Well, it's like when I play ninja, I don't really want to tank as ninja because it's expensive. Shihei aren't cheap.
Yeah.
And I only have 1,000 gil. Hence why I swapped to leveling up Thief.
Yeah, I mean, and that's why, I don't know, I think that, like, I never really play ninja unless, like, I mean, at least, like, at a certain level, like, you could just grind your way early on to a certain level cheaply. But then at a certain point, it's like, well, you're going to need gear and you're going to need the Shihei and all that. I try not to, like, level jobs like ninja or, like, ranger unless I have that guild already. Because I'm like, I don't want to have, like, a fucking terrible time. Like, like, just stressed out all the way up to level 60 plus. Like, I want to have, like, +1, like, courage ring +1s. Like, that level of gil. You know what I mean? When you get courage ring +1s just so you can have a slight more defense.
Mm-hmm.
That level of sweatiness.
Well, the next major things that I need to get my hands on is a Scroll of Re-Raised. And I'm trying to get Thief up to 15 so I can have the Treasure Hunter. But I need to get a Scroll of Re-Raise for my White Mage, and then get a job up to 40. Probably White Mage is fine, but I might see if I can just wait until I get the Summoner up there. The thing is, I want to get doing the BCNMs. I've got almost 200 seals.
Your name's pretty funny, Derpy.
Yep. I live up to it in game every day. Well, let's see. Just last week, I came into a party in the Valkyrie Dunes on my White Mage, and I had a level 1 Monk sub job. Because I had forgotten to switch it back. Oh, White Mage Monk. Hiya! No. Didn't happen. And that's just a light version of the derpiness I can do.
I just think, like, what I noticed on the server so far is I noticed a lot of people are still clinging to the, like, you have to level up in Valkyrie Dunes from level 12 to 18, and then at level 18, then you level up somehow, or maybe just get to level 20 first by using level sync, and then, like, then you go to equip them, and then you go to Utunga Jungle, and then you go to, like, you know, like they said that they did change the game, like the camps. So it's like there's going to be different camps than what we're used to. And so people need to kind of like go exploring a little bit and try things out of the ordinary a little bit.
I found a really good camp position in Tarangi Canyon, actually.
Oh, the one in F7? Or
it's not far from the zone into Baburumu.
Oh, into
I don't honestly know what the coordinates are.
Is it west? So it's like northwest of Buburimu, the mountainy area.
No, it's if you are coming up from Surudaburuta, right after you exit, and then you turn east to head towards the zone line of Buburimu.
Oh.
Just before you reach the zone line to the south is a camp for wasps.
Oh, good. Yeah, I'll go check that out.
They range. Most of them are about 17 to 19.
Oh, that's a little too high for me at the moment. Yeah, the wasps are higher level than the other ones, the bees.
Yeah.
'Cause I'm like fighting like the level 10 to 12s.
I came back in here. Why did I come back in here? Oh, right. Check the weather. I got rain. So now we gotta see what kind of weather to expect. Fire is the one that I have the worst trouble with.
I'm just really glad Sneak Attack works with Wasp Sting. Like, it makes sense. Like, how come they didn't give Sneak Attack the ability to work with Wasp Sting to begin with? Like, it's a dagger. It's your best weapon. Why would they give you Sneak Attack and then not give you the means to do damage with Sneak Attack? What were they thinking? Shit! What were they thinking? AVGN. So I've seen like every single AVGN like.
Ooh, Conshot's gonna have thunder tomorrow, and possibly dust storms.
Make sure to bring a coat, because it's gonna be dusty weather in Kronstadt Highlands.
Solo leveling as Thief is difficult.
Yeah, 25. I can't wait for 25. I get bloody bolts.
I picked up a boomerang.
Oh, I'm using bolts. It's gonna be more expensive, but like I'm using acid bolts for defense down. I have blind knife, so that gives blindness. I don't have to use up my blind bolts. At level 25, you get venom bolts for poison, but you also get like bloody bolts, which do drain. So unless it's undead, like I can get HP back, and that's gonna help out a lot. I played Beastmaster to 75, so I'm a little bit more inclined to like think about soloing.
Oh, I remember playing back way back in the day when the game first came out.
Do you remember always, like, because I never played Beastmaster the first run through, but do you remember seeing the random Beastmaster that's like geared up and you're like, whoa, like how could you possibly solo all that? Like, there was always that Beastmaster out in the middle of nowhere. You're like, holy shit, it's a hardcore player.
Oh yeah, I didn't level Beastmaster hardcore until Treasures of Ottergon, and I actually tried as often as I could to get into a party for Beastmaster.
Yeah, it works out that way.
I actually didn't do a lot of leveling outside of a party with my Beastmaster, but I did some. The main problem was this was before they had jug pets, and your pets took half your XP.
Oh,
when
I
you were
remember
solo.
that. Yeah.
Yeah, so it was a pain.
Later on, they made it so that the jug pets were like stronger, especially with merit points and stuff like that.
Well, originally you didn't have jug pets at all.
Yeah, and you also didn't have merit points.
Yep.
And they also incrementally, like by 5 levels, they added from level 50 in Japan. By the time I joined, they had Zealart, and I'm pretty sure they had just unlocked to 75. So there were still people who were only level 70, I think.
Mm-hmm.
I remember seeing a bard, and it reminded me of Yoshimitsu. I don't know why.
Yeah, when the game was released in the United States, they already had Rise of Zillard released, and level 75 was the new cap with the release.
Okay.
So when the game was first released in Japan, 50 was your highest. And it was in Japan that they raised it by level 5 increments to 70.
Yeah.
And with the Rise of Zillard expansion, that's when they raised it to the final cap of 75.
And unfortunately, we didn't get to experience that journey that they got to do. Like, imagine if everybody was level 50 max. That would be a completely different server.
That would be rough.
And then we'd have to wait like 3 months before they level 55. Like, I mean, at least they would do the progression. They wouldn't like take like years to do it or whatever, but like release it on a certain schedule, like this, and then they would have like an event during each of the times too. Hopefully, maybe they even change hardcore rewards. You never know. They should do. They might do stuff like that.
Who knows? But 75 is what we got, and from what I understand, they're never going to increase it.
Yeah. So I actually
think
had a
people would
lot
throw
of.
a fit if they decreased it.
I have a lot of theories on what they're gonna do.
Yeah, I'm listening.
I'm trying to get a sneak attack off, so just a second. So, I'm actually thinking, like, you know how, like, in Abyssia, when Abyssia came out, like, when you're in Abyssia, you can get certain key items from drops, and then, like, it would give you it would give you key items, like, enhancements while you're in Abyssia.
Mm-hmm.
And then also, you'd talk to an NPC, you'd use the currency to, like, purchase, like,
Yes,
stat
I
increases.
remember this well.
And there was also gear that only worked in Abyssia, from what I recall. There was also gear that only worked in, like, Einherjar in Treasures of Ottergon, and gear that only worked when you're in, like, well, first of all, gear in your own conquest area. And I think the first one was when you're doing Garrison, which is, like, the only thing that private servers has never gotten right. It's like, but Garrison gear was, I think, the first, like, part of that. Basically, having gear that only applies the stats when you're in certain regions in the game. Like, let's say for example, because they did mention Rune and Geomancer. So let's say they unlock a Duelin, but there's gear that you get that's augmented for the server that, like, raises your level so that you can play in that area. But it only works while you're in that area. And so if you come back to, like, do Chains of Promathia, I mean, you can't just solo Limbus, like, you can't solo Absolute Virtue, like, you can't come back and use it to, like, cheat and shit on earlier content. And I feel like they might do that, like, with gear. They've already changed gear. Like, they changed Thief's Knife. It does occasionally attacks twice now, instead of the Treasure Hunter +1 or whatever. Right?
Really? That's right. I hadn't heard about that. I just know that Hunk has got Treasure Hunter too. I don't know
Nice.
anything about when.
I saw someone with a thief's knife, and that's traditionally Treasure Hunter +1. But I think they replaced it with occasionally text twice to augment your damage capabilities. But also, I think instead of that, they apparently someone told me that they replaced the item with some pendant. Maybe they put it on Peacock Charm. So that anybody can have Treasure Hunter +1. Not just thieves. Maybe they did that. Who knows? Maybe it's thief only.
I would hope it'd be thief only.
I don't know.
As nice as it would be, that really takes a lot of the reason to have a thief out.
Well, once you have TH2, like TH2 is so much better than TH1. And then also TH +1 is probably not as good as actual Treasure Hunter. Somebody's going to test it out. At some point, that wiki is going to be completely filled with statistics and people crunching numbers and all that kind of stuff. You know, people are going to do that very quickly. I've been on Final Fantasy 11 forums since day one, I think. Like, people crunch out the fucking spreadsheets.
Yeah.
Hey, Final Fantasy 11's a serious game, okay? Like.
Oh yeah, I totally got you. Agree 100%.
Yeah, I also apologize, if I ever offend you or anything, or if I say like something really weird or whatever. I am a little bit stoned. I'm on the very end of a weed binge that I'm gonna go completely off weed very soon. But I'm finishing off like a gram of vape cartridge, going to Fulcrum Yodi Gang, hitting the Benjamin, going to Benjamin City to Blinkerton.
You heard the voice I was doing earlier, right?
Oh, the Family Guy voice.
If you can ever successfully offend me, I will Venmo you $100.
Oh. You know, some people are actually offended by like the fact that like trans people exist.
I don't care.
Yeah, I'm just saying like
There's
people out there. What I'm saying is there's people out there that are just like offended by the weirdest fucking things. I'm like, dude, like, how can you be offended and then call us, like, woke social justice warriors who are whining when they're the ones fucking whining? I don't know. I don't want to get into this, but it's something that affects me directly because I'm a trans woman. So it's like something on my mind all the time. And to a lot of people, they only see it as like a political thing.
I just put it this way. If, you do you, just don't push it on me.
Well, yeah, I mean, that'd be fucking psychotic. I'm not going to force you to take hormones.
No, well, obviously you can't. I just mean like, don't spend all your time talking about how great it is and how wonderful it is and how it sucked because I haven't done it, or whatever you want to do. That kind of, no, just
Well, I mean, if you were interested, that's one thing. I wouldn't just like bring that up. I am going through a lot of stuff. I mean, I'm going through like, I got my surgeries coming up in 2 months. I got facial surgery coming up, and then I got my full bottom surgery because I already got the orchiectomy, and then I'm getting my full bottom surgery at the end of the year.
Okay.
It's taken so many fucking years to get here. Like,
my only comment on it is I hope it goes safely.
Yeah, and basically it's just like I'm trying to like I don't really see myself as like I'm going through like a medical thing right now, but I'm so exhausted of it. Like I just want to live my life. I just want to play Final Fantasy. I just want to talk about Marvel movies and play video games and shit like that. Like and like live my life, hang out with my friends. I don't want to live my whole entire life defined by the fact that I'm going through like a medical and social transition. Like that defeats the purpose in my opinion. But also I understand that some people are also very strong, feel very strongly about what and very prideful, and I respect that. I just don't really consider myself part of that pride culture. You understand? Like the pride culture is kind of alien to me, but I do know a lot of people and they're very nice, and it's just I don't want to go to like pride parades. I don't want to go to fucking doing all this crazy stuff, having like trans flags literally everywhere in my room, on my Twitter bio. I don't want to have every single part of my life defined by like that. To me, that defeats the purpose. Like I'm doing this is so that I can feel okay about my life and move the fuck on. And that's what I'm doing. And so I'm making some great progress.
Well, if it concerns you a lot, no need to bring it up.
Yeah.
Nobody needs to know what you're going through. It's like, I could tell people all the time, and I used to at work, I'd tell people, like, how's your day going? And I'd tell them all about the crap I've been going through recently. And like, oh, and then they stopped asking, and then they just didn't want to be around me and stuff. You know what? Value your own privacy. Is the way
I'm sorry if I was just I'm a little bit overzealous sometimes.
I'm not offended. You don't need to worry about it.
I know. I'm just like, as far as that concerned, like, I just bring it up because it's like, a lot of the times people are very weird about it.
Well, if people don't know about it, I don't think they're gonna care.
Right, they're gonna know about it. Trust me. At some point, they're gonna start misgendering me, and it's gonna affect me my extremely negatively and with my mental health. I mean, imagine if everyone started calling you a girl. I'm assuming you're a guy.
Yeah.
You'd want to say something. You'd speak up at some point, right?
Not really.
Okay, so what if 3 months along the
chick all the time? If people in Discord started calling me a chick all the time, I'd be like,
oh yes.
Okay.
I'd just own it just to have fun with
I know you say that now, but like I'm gonna tell you right now, if people were like unironically doing it and they were doing it in a very like deliberate way and it made you feel alien, like people are just like didn't care about you and like made you think that you were like you should just go kill yourself, like that kind of stuff. Like, does that happen to you? So I'm 34, almost 35.
Okay, I'm 42. I'm past the age of giving a fuck.
I know that you are, but do you understand that like other people might like?
No, and that's fine. I understand that. The best way I can tell it to you is simply this. I mean, if you hadn't told me that you were trans, I'd have never known. I would have always assumed you were female by your voice.
Well, I am female. And what I'm saying is that, like, it's going to come up at some point. Do you understand that somebody's going to misgender me? And if it gets to a point where it's like, well, people are, like, literally treating me as if I'm a male, it makes me feel very undervalued, and it makes me feel like I'm not a person. Do you understand? Like, it makes me feel like I'm not a person when people do that. And so for me, I'm personally, it's totally up to me whether or not I want to share with people or I'm trans or not. And so it's not up to you or anybody else whether or not to bring it up. And it makes you uncomfortable, then bring it up. Don't blame me for it. Don't say that I'm some social justice warrior, woke political bullshit. I'm not saying you are. I'm just saying these people. There's a lot of people out there that are like that. They start saying, oh, I don't believe in this transgenderism. And it's like, they call me a male and they say that I'm never going to be a real woman. And I'm like, dude, get the fuck over it. Stop being a crybaby and get with reality. Like, I'm a woman. Like, I'm not, like, you know, like, biology is not defining of your entire life. And it's like, I talk about a lot of different things. And, like, I try not to make excuses. But I am a little bit different. I'm autistic and stuff like that. So it's like, I do try to respect people, but I want you to understand, like, no, like, I'm not going to, like, but just because you feel a certain way about something doesn't mean that everybody else should. And you're like, oh, I don't care if you're trans or black or white or purple. Like, shouldn't all lives matter? ... And it's like that kind of mentality is like, well, not everybody thinks that way. Not everybody thinks if you're completely like centrist with all your beliefs, you let people use you for their agendas. And I don't want to get too much into that, but basically what I'm trying to say is like, you might feel a certain way about something and not everybody feels that way about it. And to make that like the standard, like I actually had to leave a link shell earlier because like there was the leader, Chess, was like, oh, like, people were talking about IRL stuff in the link shell for the whole day. And then, like, something comes up about what we're going through in life, and I'm like, okay, well, I'm going through a lot. So at some point, I'm going to talk about what I'm going through because my medical journey is a huge part of my life. It's literally waiting for surgeries to get, like, body altercations, you know, so I can feel good about myself and feel okay about life and stuff like that. So eventually that's going to come up because it's a huge part of my life. If you're in a link shell long term, eventually you're going to talk about real life stuff. You're level 75, you're going to be together for a while. So like I mention it, and then suddenly the link shell leader is like, oh, let's not talk about real life stuff. It's like, okay, how come you brought it up the second that I mentioned something about being transgender? And so like it made me feel really uncomfortable. How am I supposed to get to level 75 and like hang out like and do dynamis and stuff with somebody who's like completely going to like completely undermine everything about me when that person wasn't doing that with literally everyone else? And so it's like eventually somebody's going to know I'm trans because I'm going to mention my medical stuff, because that's literally what I'm going through right now for at least the next year and a half while I'm going through recovery from surgery next year. And so it's like, I mean, it's just, it's important for people to understand. And I just feel like at some point I need to share it, especially if we're going to be doing voice chat, when I feel very dysphoric about my voice. And I don't know if people are misgendering me or gendering me correctly or not. And I know from past people are, they usually just say, oh, like you just have a woman's voice. Like, I'm like, yeah, that's because I have a woman's voice. I mean, that makes sense. But in my mind, I can't really account for 100% of every situation. And so like, not everybody is going to, I don't know. I'm sorry if I'm like talking too much.
If I honestly thought you were talking too much, I'd tell you. There's no filter on this mouth. I'll let you talk all you want.
Oh, I'm not trying to like, please don't get defensive. I hope you feel like, I know you said don't get offended, but I mean, let's be honest, like human beings like have like thoughts and feelings. So it's like,
yes, and I know when to keep myself. I have nothing. I have no issue with anything you said. You know, it's your life. It's what you're going through. I understand everyone has things that they're going through. I go through a lot. I try to leave. This is my choice, is to leave my stuff at the door when I go into the games, because I'm trying to escape from all that stuff. You know, it's escapism. So,
I mean, that's fine. If
I have any question right now about what you said, it would be this: are you trying to get me to care? Do you want me specifically?
I want more
care,
people.
or...
I mean, that is kind of my general like kind of passive trait of real life, is that I kind of want everybody to care, because people are like killing us and shit, and I want more people to like realize that like, hey, like there's like some really shitty things going on in our lives, and we kind of get treated like we don't matter a lot of the times, especially on Discord and especially in voice chats on Discord. And I say this based on my own experience. And that's why I say things the way I do when we literally just met on voice chat outside of the game. And so I understand a lot of people like want to escape and stuff, but like if we're going to be on Discord and voice chat, it's going to be really hard to just only think about the game.
Okay.
Like you play this game for years at a time. At some point you're going to talk about something outside of the game. Like,
yeah.
All I'm saying is like I don't want people getting mad at me and trying to get me banned from the link shell just because like I talk about real life stuff.
I gotta get this.
I have faith that most people, if you're going to talk about your struggles, aren't going to tell you to shut up. Most people aren't going to. There are people who will, but most people understand we all go through stuff. We all have our hard times. I don't think a lot of people are going to be like, oh, you shouldn't be talking about stuff like here. You know, that's their issue. You know, and if they keep bringing it up, it's like, please don't talk about this stuff here. Well, then find an individual who you're willing to talk to, if nothing else, or leave the group. That's fine. It sucks that it happens. But a second point I wanted to make real quick, when I say I don't care, I don't mean that you are not important to it.
Right. I mean, that's a given. Like,
it doesn't bother me enough to make me want to elicit a reaction to it. So it's like,
right. It should be that way, in my opinion. Not everybody feels that way. Like I said, some people are extremely all about pride. They're like, everything should be trans. They're like, trans flag everywhere. They go to trans marches. They go to trans events. They hang out and like only with trans people. Like, you know what I mean? Like that's okay for like, but like I see that as like a medical necessity of my life. I don't see that as like the thing that makes me who I am. Like I'm Rebecca. Like I'm not some like like I'm not Rebecca trans person. You know what I mean? Like I don't want that to be my experience. I just want to like go into it. Like, I don't know. I'm getting closer and closer. Honestly, like I said, it's really hard to think about anything else when you're waiting for years at a time for gender confirming surgeries that are very hard to get.
Having not gone through the experience, I will take it.
Yeah, it's taken years. I had to get approval letters. I've been I had to be on wait lists. It's like taken so long. And I'm almost there because they're literally on the calendar now. They're happening. You know, but before I, you know, I'm kind of binging like some weed. Like I said, I'm kind of binging some like vape cartridges, because I'm going to be off of it for quite some time while I'm leading up to my surgery in March. So, my facial surgery. So it's like, I'm kind of like I might be a little high, which is I might be rambling a little bit. So just I don't get offended if you stop me or tell me, but like, I need to know, like, if you're actually having a problem with something, I kind of need to know about it, but like, try to use your best judgment if it's like, now's the best time to talk about it or whatever. But, basically like, I try to like go with the moment, but when I meet people, I generally kind of info dump a lot, and I'm sorry, I try not to. So just let me know if I'm doing it too much.
I would say I didn't need to know this. I wouldn't have treated you any different. It honestly would not have made a difference to how I treat you if you had told me. I wouldn't know. So, you might want to be careful who you tell. Some people will be upset if you do, and will have no clue and have no problem with you if you don't. Best I can give you.
Yeah, but the thing is like in a Discord and stuff like that, if somebody is being bigoted, then they need to be banned.
Well, now you get into the definition of bigoted. Because
if somebody says you will never be a real woman, or telling me that I'm a cross-dresser, like in that other link shell I told you about, right? Someone was calling me a cross-dresser. They were saying, like, you know, there was the "you will never be a real woman" crowd. Do you understand? Like, if somebody was like that, you would want that a person like that in our link shell? And that's what I'm saying, is that is bigoted behavior. That is literally transphobia. That is transphobic speech. That is hate speech. So if someone says I will never be a real woman, that is not an opinion, that is hate. Do you understand? And most people don't seem to get that. It's like if someone came in here and started saying black people are inferior or whatever, people would consider that person to be bigoted. But if someone comes in here and says, oh, I don't think trans women are real women, and they're like, oh yeah, I mean, you're allowed to have an opinion. It's like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, if it was a racist thing, you would have immediately, like, you know, talked to that person, or at least maybe even ban them. I don't want to get people banned. What I'm saying is, like, why do we allow this behavior? And that's kind of like what I'm talking about, is this behavior. If it's never talked about, it's never solved, and you'll get people in your link shell you don't want in your link shell. People who are really bad people, but you'll never know because you never meet a trans person in your link shell. And then now you know, like, oh shit, this person is like very transphobic and homophobic. I don't feel comfortable with them in my link shell. Shouldn't that be what we stand for? I mean, do you want rapists and or like racists or like transphobic and homophobic people in your link shell? Like, is that what you want? Like,
are you asking me a question that you're expecting an answer for?
Well, I mean, it's like, are you okay with that? Like, you okay with playing with somebody who's transphobic? Like,
if they keep it to themselves, yes.
But they're not. Care. But they're not keeping themselves. They're literally like being transphobic towards me, a person, a human being, a link shell member.
But then they're not keeping it to themselves.
Yeah, that's what I meant. That's what I meant.
On either side of the spectrum, people who are incredibly transphobic, people who are the absolute gayest trans person you could ever meet, or whatever you want to call it, either end of the spectrum. If it's nonstop talking and bickering and powering up themselves or whatever, I will leave the link shell, because I don't come here for that.
Well, you don't think that human self-improvement is important for your link shell members?
I don't think that I personally want to hear all of that stuff when I'm just trying to enjoy a game where I live a job and a life where I'm encountering that kind of stuff all the time.
Well, you can just tell me that you don't want to hear it when you're talking to me, and you don't have to join voice chat when I'm talking about it. Maybe someone else is okay with talking about it with me. You're not the only member of the link shell.
Obviously. You asked me a question and I'm giving you the response.
I know. I
don't mind that
just
you
want
are.
to know what your angle is. Like, are you transphobic? Like, do you hate me for being trans, or are you like
Oh,
trying to
I already told you I
justify
don't.
your like I'm not mad at you. I'm trying to understand where you're coming from. Because you're giving me a lot of red flags. I'm used. Do you understand? Like every Discord I join, I have to go through this. So you're giving me a lot of red flags. The fact that you're saying the exact. I'm not saying this means that it's true. Please don't get defensive. I'm saying it how it is. I'm saying it how it is based on my actual experience. I doubt you're like them. You seem very different. I'm giving you the huge benefit of the doubt. But I'm saying you're saying the exact same things that I've heard people who are very transphobic say. And I'm just giving you a little bit of knowledge so that maybe you can avoid it in the future so people won't get weird about it. Like if somebody is like, oh, are you transphobic or you're right wing, or like somebody gets like angry at you and you're like, put your hands up. Like, what did I do? I'm telling you, like, that's what it is, because we're so used to it because I'm living through it. Like I said, I'm living through it. And so when I see it on Discord, I'm like, oh shit, am I going to go through that again? And right now, it's literally happening again. I have to explain to people, like, you have an experience that's very different than mine on Discords and on video games because you are a male. Not even the fact that I'm a woman, I'm also a trans woman. So I get it's not like, I don't think it's like a comparison of like better or worse, but I'm just saying that like on Discords, your experience is going to be extremely different. You're allowed to just go about your life and do your thing. You know why? Is because you're cisgender. You don't have to deal with these issues in life every day. You don't have to join a Discord and have someone like question like your entire existence and like whether or not like you actually are the gender that you say you are. So like I have to know this, or I have to leave the link shell, because I need to know if there's going to be people who get weird about it. I'm not trying to get people to be weird about it. Me telling people that I'm trans shouldn't be like this huge issue. It's not like a faux pas. I mean, it's not some sin that should be seen as some kind of like religious hated thing. That like if you're trans, you're evil and you're going to hell, and all this rhetoric that these people have about us, talking about how like, oh, we're like child molesters and shit like that. These people are fucking psychotic. They have never met a trans person in their life. They have no idea what our medical reality is or what our lived reality is, and yet they're deciding these things about our life from a government level, and then people think that this is okay, and they get weirded out when trans people get angry. Like on Discords. I'm not like angry right now. I'm just telling you, like, this is the reality we live in. Anytime a trans person starts saying, yeah, like, hey, like life is fucked up for trans people, everyone's like, oh, I don't really care. Like, you know, good for you. Hashtag pride. Like, you know, go, you know, you go girl, that kind of stuff. You know, like that kind of stuff doesn't do anything, because it doesn't change the fact that like, no matter what I do, there's going to be people who are just going to like constantly question my existence because they won't fucking grow up. They won't get past this need to like, oh, the world is this way. People shouldn't share whether or not they're gay or trans. Everyone should just keep that to themselves. I'm not saying that's a bad belief to have. I'm just telling you, like, if you start getting on my case about me being who I am, and I'm a very open person, and I talk about a lot about my life and about what I'm going through, then that's your opinion. That's not an objective assessment of the situation. Like, do you understand? Like, you have a way that you live your life. It's going to be very different for you because you are a cisgender male. And I know a lot of people roll their eyes at when I start saying things like that, because they're like, oh, some social justice warrior bullshit. This is kind of what I'm talking about, is people just kind of like, instead of thinking deeper about the issue, they go with whatever they've heard on Twitter before or about some other shit like that. And then it's like you basically already gave up, and you're not going to learn anything because you're going to double down on your defensive tactics. You're not going to think about anything about anybody but yourself. Because I know this, because this is what happens to so many people anytime they have any questions to me about like things that I go through, and they don't understand that like things they say are transphobic, and they say that it's not. And even moderators of Discords will be like, oh, that's not transphobic, they're just having an opinion. I'm like, if somebody came in and started having an opinion that black people are like inferior to white people, you would ban that person. But then some comes in here and they say, oh, trans women, they're just men pretending to be women, they're just cross-dressers. Like, oh, that's just an opinion. Like, what the fuck is wrong with this? And it's been going on for years and years and years. And it's been since I started going into Discords and actually started making noise about it, people, it's kind of, and you know, as time has gone on about it, we have to make noise about it. We have to shove it down people's throats, because if we don't, things just go on as usual, and we end up getting completely thrown to the side and thrown to the wolves and get abused by people, even the moderators who are supposed to protect the server members. The people who are supposed to be like, oh, if there's bigotry in the server, we're going to ban people. And then there's bigotry, and they're like, oh, you were so gaslit. We're like, oh, that's not they just have a political opinion. They don't think trans people should have, be allowed to transition or something like that. Like, that's not a political opinion, that's hatred, because that is basically getting rid of our life-saving healthcare that is proven with guidelines. Like, imagine trying to take person's insulin away, right? Anyway, I'm sorry if I'm rambling on about this. I'm just...
Two things. Number one, my sister is married to a trans woman.
Okay, I'm glad that you continued that.
I've heard it all. I've experienced it alongside, not personally, but alongside. I've heard most of this. So you're preaching to the choir. I've heard it.
Okay.
I understand it.
Okay.
It's a lot that you go through. I understand that. I feel for your plight. But then you tell me you don't want to have people shoving their beliefs down your throat, and then you told me just a moment ago that you feel you have to shove yours down mine. That is
but it's not a belief. It's human rights. It's a basic human right that I should be able to be treated like a human being and not some kind of disease that should be removed. Do you understand?
And you are treating me poorly by calling me a cis male.
No, you are a cisgender male. No, you are a cisgender male. You are literally a cisgender male. Trans woman. Yeah, and I'm not saying that you're less of a human because of that. I just said you literally are a cisgender male.
But it's coming across that way.
Well, you need to get over that. It's literally a label, because it's just like transgender is not a slur. Cisgender is not a slur. Cisgender is not a slur. Transgender is not a slur. I'm not. I'm saying you are transgender. What, you rather me call you transgender? You want me to call you transgender? I'm gonna say Derpy is transgender woman. Is that okay with you?
Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I know Derpy. She's a trans woman.
Fine. Nobody knows.
Okay, I don't know. I'm trying not to be an asshole. I'm sorry. I just get a little worked up.
You're starting to be one, but you're forgiven because I know you said you're high. It's fine.
It's not that. This is not about me being high.
Oh, okay.
No, you're really like starting to go down a lot of red flags. You seem really right wing. You seem like you almost said a trans, which is what all the right wing people say. They say a trans. Please don't say that. Just say trans woman, and that is what you said. But I'm just saying, like, you're telling me that I'm not allowed to talk about things that I talk about because you feel like it's shoving it down your throat. I'm not shoving down a belief down your throat. I'm shoving down my life experience and saying that I'm being like discriminated against on a lot of times. I'm not saying that I have a belief. Me being transgender is not a belief. Okay? It's not an ideology. I hate it when people say that it's an ideology. Why don't you get it? Like, why don't people get it? Like, it's not an ideology. I don't believe that I am trans. I literally am. And I've always been trans. I just didn't realize what it was until I was a bit older. Unfortunately, a little bit too late, because it was too late for puberty blockers. But anyway, as soon as you start talking about transgender stuff, people get exactly like you do. And it's really frustrating, and it shouldn't be that way. You shouldn't be getting defensive about the fact that I called you cisgender. Because you literally are. Just like if I said somebody is transgender. I am transgender. I am not a cisgender woman. I am a transgender woman. That is reality. But I don't have to define my whole life by that. But I mean, like, I don't know. It's like you're going to be in conversation with me, and you're going to make me feel like I shouldn't even be allowed to talk about myself. Like, I can't talk about stuff that I'm going through that really matters to me, that actually affects my life on a daily basis. And you're gonna treat me like you know more than me about it, just because you have a sister who dated just because you know someone who's trans. Like, I understand you do, but like, do you understand? Like, sometimes it comes across as a little bit douchebaggy when people are like, "Oh, I don't want to listen to this stuff about trans stuff." Like, it comes across as really like brushing aside someone's entire lived experience. You could say like, hey, like, like, can we like not talk about this right now? That's one thing. But if I say like, oh, like, like, why not? It's like, oh, because you can leave the voice chat. Like, I don't know. It's like, I hate feeling like I'm the one who's doing something wrong. Is usually what they gaslight you into making you feel like, oh, well, Rebecca, you're trans. You have to understand that not everybody's going to understand, ... Everybody's going to go through a lot of experience. And then I feel so fucking gaslit, and I feel like I'm powerless in any social situation that I'm in. Because any social situation I'm in, I have to roll the dice on whether or not people are going to be transphobic or not. And I have no idea if I'm going to be able to find a link shell where people are going to be able to like actually like accept me for who I am. Do you understand? Like that diminishes my Final Fantasy XI experience compared differently to what your experience will be, because I don't know what your experience is. I have no idea. You'd have to tell me. But you are cisgender male. You are the common factor in video gaming culture compared to like a woman in general. But also a transgender woman compared to a cisgender man, there's going to be a lot different experience for you. Is what I'm going to tell you. Like you have a different reality than I do. Is what I'm telling you, and we all do. But I'm just saying, like, I don't know. I'm kind of just like talking because like I usually use my stream as like an ability to like talk into the microphone and stuff like that. And I don't know. It's like sometimes I prefer having someone to talk to. And right now I feel like I'm kind of ranting on about this, and I'm like kind of a little bit emotionally worked up, but I feel like I'm like, obviously I'm still calm and stuff, but like I'm used to talking a lot. I'm sorry. Like I like I'm a streamer. So like I talk a lot on my stream.
Does your stream have chat that you can see?
Yeah, my stream, there's nobody there right now. Like I'm at the moment because I'm literally just playing Final Fantasy XI.
That's all right. We all start somewhere.
No,
I've never streamed because I just don't want.
Streaming's not my main thing. I do other things online. But like it's separate, and so it's like but as far as like gaming and like YouTube and stuff, I'm slowly grinding that the past 3 years. Like YouTube especially, I've only just started like taking material from like past VODs and like trying to edit together like some funny short videos that people can watch that the algorithm will hit.
Oh, yeah? What kind of short videos?
Well, like just like I do like improv comedy a lot, and I actually want to invite like an IRL friend to like come on Discord and do IRL chat with me, and like I'm an IRL friend to like Discord chat with me and voice chat, and like do some improv for like an hour, like whenever he can schedule it. He has like kids, so it's like different.
Yeah, I know how that goes. When you get kids, it's really hard to schedule any. You schedule your life around them.
Yeah, sorry. It's just I get a little worked up because I mean you seem like a really cool person, and like you're not. I'm like really relieved that you're like not like the people I'm used to meeting in like Discords. It's like I was afraid to join the Discord because I'm like, if I keep in the link shell, well then I might never know. I might never know if people are like weird. And obviously, I still think it's better to know. If the majority of your link shell was weird, I'd probably want to leave, but. Like if people were doing weird stuff like in the Discord, and I'm like, what the fuck, like doing like weird like drama and shit like that you don't want to know about, like, oh yeah, this other link shell, look, I tried to steal all their monsters, I tried to like they're trying to farm beehive chips, and I stole all the bees from them. It's like like shit like that's weird in my opinion.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
So if a link shell was acting like that on the Discord, but they weren't actually acting like that in the link shell, I think I'd want to know. So I need to know, like, I mean, I don't know. I'd try and test the waters with people, and I think I came on a little too strong today. I apologize. But
you did, but that's okay.
At the same time,
we all make mistakes.
Sometimes I feel like it just happens, and then also like, it feels like a personal attack.
I understand.
It feels like a personal attack if someone thinks that any kind of quote unquote belief they have about transgender people or transgender medicine based on their so-called opinion, I'm immediately already like putting off red flags no matter who the person is. And it's because it's like there is like it's like questioning like vaccines, right? Like if somebody's going to say I don't want to take vaccines because I don't believe that you should take them. That's not a belief, that's going against like public health safety. And it's like, I don't know. It's like, I understand like you have personal bodily autonomy, but at the same time, well, like if you're going to kill people because you have like some deadly disease that's going to kill people if you're around them, you should probably be vaccinated. But I don't know.
If I may?
Yeah, I mean, I think vaccination's a little bit different than this, but yeah.
If I may have a moment?
Yeah.
The reason I'm not vaccinated is when I went to talk to my doctor, who has been a doctor for about 40 years about it, and explained my medical history, he said don't, because it could easily kill me.
Well, I mean, if you have a special case, I mean,
take flu vaccines every year.
I'm not talking about. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm talking about the people who don't have conditions. Like,
that's fine, but let me finish my point. So, I used to take the flu vaccine every year when I was in the military, and every year after I took it, I got incredibly sick for a week. So when I brought all this information in my medical history up to my doctor, he said, "Don't. This could kill you if you do." So, yeah, not everybody's got the same experience as I have, or you.
Well, hopefully they come up with a vaccine for COVID that you can take.
One that's safe. They come up with one that's safe, tested, and has been tested like the vaccine should, which is almost every other vaccine in history. It's got at least several years of testing before, being distributed. You come up with something like that, yeah, I'd take it. As long as
that must fucking suck. That must fucking suck.
It sucks to get sick every year. I get sick every year around this time of year. But it's honestly, if I take the vaccine, if I take a flu shot, it's worse. If I don't take a flu shot, I'm over it.
Well, what about COVID?
I have never had a positive test.
Well, that's good. I mean, has it been hard to deal with it?
But I have donated blood and been told that I have antibodies. So I've had it before, and I am not asymptomatic when I have it, but I'm symptom light, lucky me. But I have siblings and other family members who have also had it, and they've had it very bad. Luckily, no one's died from it yet in my family. But so our family has it all across the board, and how they handle COVID. Most of my family, as far as like sisters and their kids and my parents, most of them are vaccinated. A few aren't.
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing. I'm just like, there's people out there that are just super uneducated, and they're like, oh, if you take the vaccine, it'll kill you immediately. And like, I heard about this one guy who this happened with, and it's like, it's someone like you who took it and maybe have died, like maybe someone similar to you. And they heard about it and they just assume that everyone's gonna die because like or people who just like, they hear they read some meme or whatever they see on Facebook and they just assume it's true. Do you know what I'm talking about? Like there's people, I don't know if you know people like that. You have to, like that uncle or whatever that's always like, like hey, didn't you read that, they're actually gonna, they have the answer to anti-aging? I'm gonna go get it, go talk to my doctor and have them do it. It's like, dude, they've just been doing research on like rats. Like, and it's like someone just thinks immediately because they see a headline on the news that it's like, well, I don't know.
I don't follow the conspiracy theorists, and I don't follow the news media outlets like CNN and Fox or anything like that. I look for the information as close to the source as possible and take no one's word for it.
Yeah,
that's the only intelligence way to,
I pretty much just look at like the alerts, or like I look at like local like news alerts, or if there's like a weather alert, and then there's like stuff, obviously, like I said, stuff as pertaining to like transgender rights and like medicine and stuff. It's very important to me. I keep track on that, so I have to like sometimes at least keep up a little tiny bit, like kind of scroll through a little bit of videos of people like Destiny or Hassan and stuff like that, which I don't hate, but like I don't really like getting into politics, especially the debate culture. I think it's so fucking toxic. But every now and then it can be fun, but like going into DGG and like just joining the voice chat.
Well, I need to hop out.
Yeah, I was
not
gonna say
because
I'm
of
getting
anything we
kind of
talked about.
yeah, I was gonna
I
say I'm getting
have
kind of
A
tired.
dog who is desperate to go outside, so I gotta go take him.
I'm sorry if I came off very aggressive. I don't want to be enemies or anything. I was just trying to be friendly, and sometimes I get a little nervous talking to people. Like
Rebecca, I believe that you can't really be friends with anyone that you haven't with. So hey, we got a good first step there.
I don't mean friend. I meant like, you know, we're in the link shell together. You know, like.
Well, we're not enemies.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
I didn't mean to, I hope we didn't go off on the wrong foot or whatever.
I'll tell you what. If you got issues that you want to talk about and I'm available to chat, you're welcome to chat with me, vent a little bit, talk about it. I will try my best. I will be honest right up front. I cannot promise that I won't accidentally offend you.
No, I won't try to. I won't try to put that on you. I won't try to like come to you for. I'm just saying, like, I kind of like info dump on people when I meet them, and unfortunately, it's gotten better, but it's like it can be annoying to people. I'm really sorry.
That's fine. As long as you can, I will do all of that I just mentioned. As long as you can promise one thing, and that is, please don't make this all you ever talk about in here. I hope you have more to your identity, just other than the fact.
I mean, you heard what I said earlier, right? Like, I don't like, I don't really consider myself as like, you know, my medical history, and the fact that I'm trans is like my whole identity. But I just say, like, when I first meet people, we usually have to get it out of the way. I just, because it's gonna come up later. Because otherwise, it's gonna come up later anyway. Like, well,
between you and me, let's consider it out of the way now. We've talked about it for probably a good half hour or so.
I mean, I'm getting a little bit of a bad. The only thing I can say, I'm getting a little bit of a bad vibe because you seem aggressively against me talking about trans stuff.
I am aggressively against that being the only thing you talk about.
Obviously, it's never going to be the only thing I talk about. I'm more than just a trans. What I'm saying is, like, I don't know why you have this prejudice about me that you think that I'm just only going to be talking about trans stuff. Have you had this experience with a trans person before? I mean...
Yes. Would you like the story?
Okay, but that doesn't mean all trans people are like that. Can you not judge me based on one person? Thank you. Okay, bye. Okay, that was actually kind of good. I mean, it could have been worse. I just got a little worked up. Just like, I can't deal with sometimes people are just so fucking, like, unwilling to even have any kind of, like, they're like tiptoeing around anything that has to do with trans issues. They're like, oh, I don't want to hear about that because, like, someone's always talking about that. I'm like, yeah, just you know, it's just a game, and it's just people in a game. I mean, it's just like, I don't know. It's like I want to find a link, find people in the game that are like super, like, I can just chill with and be comfortable with. And I try to give people a chance, but it's just like certain people, it's like kind of vibes I'm getting is like, I think it's like some things are so subtle, it's really hard to convince people that they're real. And I see it and they can't because I live through it. So it's like, people are like, oh, you're just trying to get angry about... So there's like, oh, trans people are always just trying to be angry. We're not trying to be angry. We are angry. Because there's problems. And people refuse to even take ownership of them. And obviously, I try to take ownership of mine. I feel like I was a little aggressive with him. But it's... I mean, I think things could have went a lot worse. And they didn't, so... I'm getting some beehive chips. Hmm. Watch out for those samurai Yagado. They're like a significant jump in level compared to everything else around here. Almost level 19. Let's go. Oh, it moved. I think I did okay. I didn't get too worked up. But remember, it's not always my fault. And also, not everything is as bad as it seems. Like, that person, like, he said he wasn't worked up. He wasn't offended or anything. It's just like, God damn it. Like, why do I have to be so combative? I don't want to be a combative type of person. Like, I hate the stereotype that trans people are always fucking angry and coming into link shells or discords and, like, always talking, like exactly what he was talking about. I fucking hate that. Why does that have to be our stereotype? Why does it have to be such an environment where I feel that way? I feel so gaslit around the world around me. It makes me so angry because it's like, who am I supposed to trust in the world? That there's just going to be people out there who just don't even want me to exist. They think I'm some kind of crime against God or whatever. How am I supposed to live in a world like that? How am I supposed to exist with people? Especially people like, you know, what if people have completely like hateful beliefs about trans people and they convince themselves they're just political beliefs? And you're just trying to convince them like, dude, like read, like look deeper, please. Stop just relying on whatever, you know, the news station tells you about trans people or whatever. Your Fox News or whatever. Not going to be the best, most reliable source of information for transgender health care. I'm going to tell you that right now. Then people think it's political because you're talking about news and we're always in the news. We're in the news about like, oh, like, you know, denying trans women in sports and all that kind of stuff. That's the only time people read about us. They see us as some kind of political talking point. Like, I'm a person. I'm a human being, okay? Like, it does make me angry. It's okay to be angry. I should be angry when people treat me like I'm some kind of political talking point. Like, I get to just, like, turn off and on whether or not I'm trans or not. Oh, we accept that you're trans, except, you know, we don't want to hear anything about it. Keep that to yourself. Keep it private. Don't tell children about it. Like, what? How can we tell children about the fact that regular humans exist? We're around them, and parents are around them. They kiss around their children sometimes. And, like the parents are like, you know, it's pretty obvious when the parents are in some kind of relationship. But if it's just two men or two women, suddenly that's political? Fucking weirdos. And they're so stuck on this, like, oh, this woke left. What do you mean woke? What does that even mean? Oh, and then, like, you know, I just kind of get weirded out, like, when people are like, they say, like, I knew a trans. Or, like, I know he said trans woman, but he almost felt like he caught himself there. It's like, I don't know. Try not to read too much into it. But it's just like, you know, these things I pick up on, it's like second nature. You have to understand, like, these things happen, and it's a survival instinct. I have to know if somebody's going to be okay with me existing. Which, unfortunately, is a reality we live in 2023. Where I have to understand if somebody is transphobic or not before I even have them in my life in any capacity. Like, how could I ever be in a relationship with someone who voted for Trump and continually agrees with Trump about trans issues? When if the Trump administration is the historically most transphobic administration, enacted historically the most transphobic laws out of any presidential administration, so that's not going to work out. I'm not going to be able to be with that person. And so when people say, like, oh, you know, these younger people, these millennials, like, they're always like asking if somebody's the left or the right, if they voted for Republican or Democrat. They're so snowflakes. They're so weak. They're woke, and they blue hair, and they cry about everything. It's like, really? Like, no, like, we stand up for ourselves. If there's somebody who fundamentally believes that being transgender is wrong, I'm not going to want to have that person in my life. That is not a difference of opinion. That is hatred. Do you understand? Like, I hate it when people think that it's some kind of opinion oh, I think there is discussion over whether or not trans children should get puberty blockers. Like, what? Like, it's already established medical health care. Like, there's already guidelines for, multiple health organizations across the United States and in the world that are not like some radical left-wing group. Like, they're just like actual medical organizations. It just blows my mind. Like, why they're so fucking adamantly just, like, constantly targeting anything related to transgender healthcare or trans rights, or just even anything that has to do with the life of a transgender person, as if they get to just have some kind of political debate over us. Like, it's already been talked about among the scientists. The doctors already know, based on years, decades of healthcare. Decades of proven healthcare. So, like, it's just so weird people would deny that. And they accept it for other things. They don't accept it for trans healthcare because they think that transgender is some kind of, like, that being transgender is some kind of disease. They think it's some kind of fake thing. They think it's some kind of fad that the young people do. It's so fucking weird how backwards that is. Like, dude, grow the fuck up. Stop being so fucking weird. Get over it. Trans people exist. Women exist. Or like the people who cringe anytime they hear about a period or menstrual cycle at all, or any kind of vaginas. Like, they talk about dicks all fucking day, and then you have these same guys, like, you mention a vagina and they're like all weirded out about it. It's the same kind of thing. They're like, oh, I don't need to know about these feminine issues or whatever. Like, they get all weirded out by women because they're like, oh, I only want to be around men because around men I can make sexist jokes. I can talk about, like, sex, and I can talk about masturbating and penises because men are men and men are okay with that. It's an unspoken bond. It's like, no, it's sexual harassment if a man or a woman is being sexual, if you're making you uncomfortable. But if somebody literally existing is making you uncomfortable, maybe that's a you problem and not her problem. Oh, but she's too attractive in the workplace, distracting me from work, and I feel like I have to sexually harass her. Like, what the fuck? What's wrong with you? So obviously nobody's doing that. So, like, it's just weirding me out when people suddenly, they're so two-faced about it. They act like perfectly supportive of, like, certain demographics of people, and then suddenly when it comes to some trans issue, they find some reason to argue why it's not actually transphobic. But if anything racist happens or homophobic happens, and it's obviously homophobic, it's like immediately clapped. But if it's an obviously transphobic thing, someone's like, oh, well, someone's just expressing their opinion. Like, okay, that tells me that maybe the moderating team has that opinion too, which is like, makes me feel like I have nothing but enemies surrounding me. It makes me feel like there's a hostile environment. Like, when I go into a Discord, it's going to be full of people I don't know if they're going to even be accepting me as a human being. It makes me constantly feel on edge. Like, it's a dice roll with every person I meet. Obviously, in some cases, not a big deal. In most cases. But, like, if it's something like a video game that you're going to be playing with somebody for a long, long, long period of time, I need to know if these people are going to be, like, weird. Well, we got level 19. Let's try to get to level 20. I'm gonna have to level up Monk at some point. Real milk, as opposed to other milk. We don't talk about other milk. Okay, let's go after the samurai. It's level 13. Wait till we get sneak attack. Is that person gonna steal it? Hopefully not. Another thief 19. Getting skill ups. Let's go. My inventory's full. Got 9 beehive chips. Nice. Seriously, full inventory? Oh, we're gonna have to warp. Oh, let's go to the outpost and boo boo. And just warp back that way. I want to avoid using my conquest points warp. That's emergency only. Level 12 shield, let's go. And then evasion 40 just to top it off. What a way to end the session. We're gonna AFK a bit after I get back to town and put stuff up on auction house and all that jazz. I need to take a little bit of a stretch break. Go for a stroll. I need to get a little bit. See, I think it's like you play too long and you get a little worked up easily. Especially if I'm talking while I'm playing. It's actually, I don't know. It's like when I'm meeting new people, it's like really hard for me to like feel safe around them. It's really hard to explain. Because it's like if people are fundamentally like incompatible with me, with their so-called beliefs. Like if people are like, I don't believe trans people are actually real. Like they're like trans women aren't real women. Those people, that's a fundamental like quote unquote belief. It's false. Because I am a woman and I've always been a woman. Called myself a man for a while, but then I didn't. You've always been who you are and you find who you are. It's part of life. I don't know why people won't just accept it. Why can't people just accept us? If they would just accept us and get the fuck over it, stop crying like little babies and making up all these weird fucking reasons to hate us. If they would just stop acting like fucking little babies and just accept us and move the fuck on, maybe people would actually have happy, productive lives. Instead of being pissed off all the time. And the price of being happy in your own body is being completely surrounded in a hostile environment. Unless you live in certain geographical locations. I'm pretty good here, but there's still people. There's always going to be people. And I just have to look out for those people and make sure they don't hurt me. But what? I should have rested HP. God damn it. I'm gonna have the perfect dodge. Hail! Burger King? It's literally someone named Burger King. Alright, and perfect dodge lasted. Let me rest. Yeah, this spot, like right outside of Boo Boo, a lot of Akbaba drop fire crystals. What should I drop? Yes, I think sometimes just like a little space goes a long way. I don't really have a problem with Derpy. It's just I really wish I was a little bit less combative during our conversation. He's probably not even thinking about. I don't know. I'm making judgments about him based on gender. Like guys, but I mean I don't know. My experience with guys just generally. I don't know. Actually, my experience with guys tend to be like on Discord. Very like kind of intuitive about certain things. They just don't generally talk about certain things. I notice guys are pretty intuitive about things. But like, I think it's like a little different. Because it's a different perspective. You know, a man is gonna have experience with women rather than the experience as a woman. So it's like, my experience as a woman is gonna be different than a lot of women's. But it's gonna be very similar because I am a woman. So the way I see things is a bit different. Women are different a little bit chemically. I mean, that's why the hormones really do a lot. Changes a little. I mean, it didn't really change much because I was always kind of, my brain was always like, you know, felt female to me. I had a lot of habits that are generally considered female. Not always, obviously, because men will sometimes have these traits. Not even like in a small amount. Like sometimes, I don't know. I think people are very nuanced. And that we should not really lump people into like I mean, we can kind of guess based on experience if it's like very obvious that it's most likely going to have certain outcome or certain habits or certain traits or certain patterns. Oh yeah, I was going to go home. Okay, so we need to go to Booba Remote. I keep fighting and I'm like, I'm out of inventory space. We almost have a full stack of beehive chips. If only I could find one more bee. Either way, we would need 2 more beehive chips. Because I have 11 out of 12 in the Mog House. In fact, I'm going to look at my Mog House in Mora. Oh no, I'm gonna just go to my Mog House. We're warping back at the outpost. Kind of interesting, like Lothane, Kronstadt, and Tarongi. They don't have a outpost. It's kind of interesting to me. It's like kind of like the wild or Beastman area. Because like there's no outpost over here. Sure, there's like a guard presence because there's like a gate guard at the exits. Air drink. Simon and Carbuncle? That's clever. Yeah, we're gonna take care of all the auction house stuff. Then we're gonna go AFK for a bit. Oh, 800 gil? Oh god, I actually should have used the fucking... Oh no, I just used 800 gil to transport back. I really should... Oh god. Let's go sort through all of our items and stuff. Then we're gonna AFK a bit. A bit of a stretch break. Think too late for tea? Nah. We're gonna make some tea, stretch a little bit, and then come back, figure out what we're gonna do. Level 19. Let's try to get to level 20, of course. I need to level monk more after that. But also, I think at level 20, I think I'm just gonna settle on just farming. For a bit, until I get a lot of gil. I need at least, like... Let's try to get, like... I don't think farming up 100k is really useful right now. I mean, it would be. If I got 100k... If I could farm up 100k at level 20... Okay, let's just put everything away for now. I think certain things I can actually sell. Seriously, not enough wind crystals. Oh, like a stack of, oops. Stack of honey. You have chip. NPC those. NPC these. And auction house this. Bum 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 bum. David Hasselhoff. How much you want to bait? That's a Tartaru. That's gotta be a Tartaru. $100G. For some reason. The name, yeah, David Hasselhoff. All right, I'll be back in a few minutes. Gotta stretch and stuff, okay? Okay, where were we? Let's log back in, okay? Yeah, Lucas. I didn't even realize if you were here. I didn't see you in chat. Where's my restream? Oh, did I close restream? That's why. I'm so sorry, Lucas. Are you still here? I didn't even see your chat messages. I thought I had restream open. Lucas, I'm so sorry. Oh, and Blake was also here on D Live. I'm so sorry, everybody. Blake, I am so sorry I missed you. If you're still here, I am so sorry I didn't even see your chat. Because usually I have Restream open. It's on YouTube and D Live. Okay, so I should see it now. I am so sorry. Oh, well, thank you for being here. I see you now. I'm glad that you enjoyed it even though you didn't know if I heard you, if I saw your messages or not. Might get into Final Fantasy 14. Might be, yeah, I mean, definitely get into Final Fantasy 14, but Final Fantasy 11 is a very niche game, Lucas. It is hard to understand. It takes a while. You really have to put in like months and months of gameplay before you really start to feel it. Once you're like really into a good spot deep into the game, like at least past level 30, once you're there, you kind of just really hang out for a while. You just kind of take your time with things. You just gradually improve stuff. It's really kind of a chill game where you just kind of sit back and just maybe think about like, you know, your real life, like maybe while you're playing, like kind of on autopilot. Or maybe you like use the time to hang out with your friends on Discord. Yeah, apparently we weren't live on kick.com for a while. I guess it must have gone out. Or maybe I forgot to click it on the first place. So if you're here on kick.com, you're just now here. I'm pretty sure I was live earlier, but I think it cut out. So we're back in the game. Let's go. What are we gonna do today? Right now. Final Fantasy 11. Final Fantasy 11, I'm going to tell you right now, you should go to HorizonXI.com and just take your time if you really want to learn it. But I'm just going to tell you right now, Final Fantasy 14 is going to be a much more active game if you really want to just do pick up and play stuff. But I would, this is like, I would encourage giving this a try over time. I would say wait until you're like at least level 30 plus. before you really judge the game. It takes a little bit of time to get used to stuff and to write macros and to figure out where everything is. You know, there's teleport NPCs like this one. We're not going to use it. We could. I played it in high school. It's a really thrilling first run through, especially if you have people that you can play with, at least on Discord. If you have friends that you could play the game with, like you could play with me, obviously. You could come into the server. I want to make a link shell, but I want to wait until I'm like level 30 plus, maybe even level 50. When I'm going to start doing like missions and stuff and get to rank 6, etc., etc., I'm probably going to start making a link shell, because I think making my own link shell for the stream is going to be the best option for any like stream related activity. Starting my own link shell. I think that would be the first time I've ever done that for endgame. But I might have another endgame link shell. I might have a link shell just for stream stuff, and then a link shell that's like outside that someone else is controlling, like a different leader. I don't like battling with people's idea of leadership. I like giving people the opportunity, the free reign that they can lead in the capacity they need to, because like obviously if somebody's going to be a link shell leader, there's going to be they need to be on top of certain activities. I don't want to be a part of that. I just want to be in the link shell. I just want to like farm stuff with my link shell friends, and then like and do dynamis and stuff, and just get stuff as I get it, and just get treasure, and maybe cast lots on stuff. However you figure out how to do that. If you do a point system, some people do that. My link shell and Hasanabi did that. They had a link shell based on participation. Basically, I think the probation period may be too much, but maybe it was okay. But basically, if you have a certain attendance percentage, then you're eligible for points. Meaning, if you're at an event and something drops, you can then use that point to give priority on that item. And obviously other people are going to want to get the item too, but like it gave you something to bargain with. And I think that was a good system. It was a link shell called Bid 5. And unless they all left, you know, I don't know. Like if I logged into Hasanabi right now and my link shell was still there, I'd be pretty surprised, honestly, but I wouldn't be too surprised, honestly. People who play Final Fantasy 11 nowadays, especially as adults, we're hardcore, okay? Like we played in high school. We overdid it in high school. I would play like 14-hour sessions. So that's why I stream, because I only play when I'm streaming, which means I can schedule the time that I can play. So if I want to play 14 hours, I have to make sure that I can responsibly do that. That's not a very responsible thing to do regardless. But if I wanted to, like it wouldn't like interfere with like my life. Although I try to keep a regular sleep schedule, and I try to stay healthy. I'm doing really good according to every single one of my doctors. Link shell is the same as a guild? Yes. Like in Final Fantasy, like in World of Warcraft. This game is basically like an alternate reality of World of Warcraft. Assuming that instead of World of Warcraft, like all the people like Asmongold and all those people, if instead of World of Warcraft, they installed Final Fantasy 11. And then they made like in-game friends. They had in-game struggles and in-game things they were stressed out about. Like, you know, they would, instead of World of Warcraft, it would have gone through Final Fantasy 11. But I think only a certain. But they're two different games. They have completely different play style. They have completely different philosophies on how the game should feel, like spiritually. Like while you're playing it, there's a certain feel when you play a video game. Like obviously a top-down game like League of Legends is going to feel very different than a game like Smite. They're two different games spiritually. Like they're very different. They have a very different experience while you're playing it. And you should always be thinking about your experience, by the way. This has nothing to do with video games, the specific video game you're playing. In life, I think it's always important to be like... I forgot what I was saying. Happy to hear what? You're doing well with your health. Yeah, exactly. All my doctors... The only thing that's wrong is I need to contact the dentist as soon as possible. I'm going to do stuff tomorrow. I need to do stuff with the DMV tomorrow. And I ride my bike. I eat really healthy. In fact, what I really enjoy having is like, I have this thing called kefir. I don't know if you've ever heard of kefir, but it's a drink that kind of originated in more of like the kind of Slavic part of the world. I guess like probably like Russian area, but like outside areas, like Uzbekistan and all that kind of stuff. Like apparently in that whole region, like it was really popular, used for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and like post and like bedtime and all that kind of stuff. It's a beverage that's like fermented kefir. And I don't really necessarily know exactly what kefir itself is. It's like a grain that's found in that region, and it's like 1% alcoholic in the traditional, like it's like it's non-alcoholic basically, but it's completely non-alcoholic nowadays. But the one I get is made from goat milk. In addition, I get it every week. It's delivered, and it has probiotics in it, like a ton of fucking probiotics. Hella good for my stomach. If you walk a lot or run, or use your core in any kind of way, like do yoga or do martial arts, or do a like weightlifting or any kind of stuff like that, it's gonna keep your digestive system working really well. And if your digestive system works well and you poop regularly, your health is generally matched. The only problem I'm really having is with dental hygiene. Dental hygiene is a problem for me. I'm still like getting into a habit of flossing right now. My gums still really hurt every single time I do it, so it's really hard for me to do it. But I'm gonna really discipline myself to get that into a daily habit, because flossing and brushing is important. I'm getting my wisdom teeth removed, and they're gonna give me a crown on one of my teeth. It's gonna really suck. And we're trying to get a situation where I can pay it, because it's like $1,200 for the crown. I'm getting a cleaning though, and that one's been approved by the insurance. They said it would take about a month, which is basically what it did. Took more than a month. It was in November that I had the appointment. But they finally approved the cleaning, so I can get the cleaning, and that's obviously the first one I should do before I even get the wisdom tooth extraction and the crown. And I need to get it done by February, if possible. I'm really sure. I think it's aligning right now, but like, I need to get it at least a month before my facial surgery, is what the doctor said. I talked to the doctor for my facial surgery. He said at least a month. If you don't, then you have to wait a few months after the facial surgery before I get the dental stuff, which may end up being what happened. I'm going to be real with you, based on my history. I'm going to try to get it done this month. But I have a couple different things, and I'm doing electrolysis this month. But now, because tomorrow I'm going to get my car all situated the best I can, then I'll be able to drive myself. And also, that also saves me on the surgery date. So I need to text my friend about that when I do my car stuff. I'm going to be like, hey, I'm doing my car stuff now. I don't know, that's personal stuff. But, yeah, I don't know. Like, sometimes I feel like I am at fault in like certain conversations, like from earlier, right? Like that Discord call with the Link Shell member. I think it went okay. I don't think I made an enemy. Obviously it's just a Link Shell person. We're both kind of feeling out the vibe of Link Shell. I think I came on a little too aggressive. That's my fault. But I think it's fine. He wasn't really offended or anything, and he said I didn't make an enemy. He didn't feel that vibe, I guess. But I do feel sometimes as if people do like insinuate that I'm the one who's the problem, when I'm like not always the problem. Like, obviously, sometimes it's just a happenstance. I'm like, okay, I'm actually a pretty decent human being, and I try to look out for people, and I try to make people's lives better if possible. But usually I need to obviously I take care of myself first. You have to understand. Skull drop vibes. Congratulations. Okay, where are we running? That's a good question. Where was I even running? Tarongi? Yeah, that's where I was running. Because I died in Tarongi. We can get to level 20 there. maybe even 21. We can definitely get to level 20 plus. You can probably get to level 25 in the Maze of Shurkrami. Once we get to level 25, we really need to focus on making Gil by then. Like, I don't care what else happens. We can get Gil by getting to like rank 3. I can do the rank 3 dragon. Because ranking up gets you Gil. That alone. But not only that, I need to farm. And I need to like not focus so much on XP if it means I can get more Gil. Level 25 will be a good level because I need to get myself some bloody bolts, which will help me survive. I seem like a nice lady. Oh, thank you, Lucas. Yeah, I mean, I think the person got that vibe too. That person didn't even know that I was trans. And I think that's like, I forget that sometimes. Isn't that the goal? Like, it's just at some point the conversation comes up. Especially, I think it'll go away as time, it has kind of gone away as time has gone on. I'm going to be real with you, but I'm very aware of it. That like, because I'm literally going through it, it becomes a huge topic of conversation because I'm constantly thinking about it. And I guess it would be, if it was a different situation, if it wasn't about being trans and going through transgender surgeries and all that, if it wasn't about that, it would probably be about something else that I would probably get on, hyper focus on or whatever. I think it's an autism thing. I'm gonna be real. I try my best to fit in and not be a problem. My biggest fear is being that problem person in a group. That's my biggest fear because I was the problem person in a group when I was younger. And so now as an adult, everyone loves me, it seems. Not everyone. But like, people love me. Like, they're like, "Oh, hey, it's Rebecca. Hey, Rebecca. Hey, Rebecca." Like, people are like, "Oh, you're so nice and you're kind and you always listen. You always have some very thoughtful things to say." And like, people are always complimenting me, saying I look beautiful and that I'm always trying to be kind. That I'm very thoughtful of people. That I try to think kindly about people the best I can. But then sometimes I get really angry and then people get that first impression. They don't see the other side of me right away. Because sometimes I have some kind of like autistic meltdown. I'm not trying to make excuses, by the way. But like every now and then I have like an autistic fueled meltdown. It's a real thing I have to deal with. It's a reality in it being autistic. It's just like with diabetes, I have to make sure that my blood sugar doesn't drop too low. It definitely won't go too high because I take insulin on a daily basis. And I don't eat like crazy giant piles of ice cream and cake and all that. Like, I don't eat candy all the time. And like soda, like sugar soda. I mean, if I'm gonna have soda, it's gonna be diet. You can have as much as the artificial sweetener as you want. I mean, you're gonna get tired of it well before you're gonna get sick from it. You'd have to drink like 100 sodas for the aspartame to like hurt you. And that's like, if people always freak out about, "Oh, I thought diet, it's like aspartame is bad for you, it causes cancer." It's like, you'd have to be drinking like 100 drinks a day. I don't think your stomach could even handle that. Probably not even 10 drinks a day. If you're drinking 10 sodas a day, at that point you should be seeking professional help. I'm sorry, I need to break it to you, but I'm not going to push you about it. Like if you were an individual person who's an actual person, human being with real feelings and who has actual challenges they're facing and who is also a part of my real life, I'm not going to press you and like be a jerk about it and be like, "Oh, you need to be stronger. You need to push yourself. You need to be stronger." Like that fucking bullshit I hate. It's so fucked up. It's so abusive to people. And it's also, especially like, men, like historically, like throughout, like in an older time, especially like in the 50s and whatever, like women were seen as just like, "Oh, you have to be like, like living in like a white neighborhood and you have like a, middle class, fresh cut mown like grass, white picket fence, nuclear family. You have a dad who goes to work and the mom is expected to just stay home and do all the housework," which is like, if everybody is at school and at work, then there's literally no housework to do. It takes like a freaking afternoon to do the housework, like once a week or whatever. Or just keep it tidy while you go once it's clean. That's how I do it. I keep everything clean from the get-go. If I do that, it takes a long time before it might get too bad where I have to do it like okay, hold on, full stop. Let's do a cleaning afternoon, like spring cleaning. Like that kind of thing kind of if you keep it clean as you go, like with dishes, I keep an empty sink. I have an empty sink policy. It's like a zero inbox policy. If I use a dish, I wash it when I'm done. Period. Unless there's some other like thing, like obviously if I have company and I don't really have time to wash it, usually it doesn't take too long to wash it. You put some soap on the sponge, you wash it, and you rinse it off, you put it in the drainer. So like usually it's not a problem. But if there was some situation where it'd be like, okay, let me put stuff in the sink, well then I have an empty sink that I can potentially, like for the very short term, start putting some stacking dishes in. But then I'm gonna like only have to wash like maybe 3 or 5 dishes. But I don't like letting it stack, because historically in my life, letting it stack made me way less likely to actually do the dishes. And so the dishes would be like stacked there for months on end. I'm not even joking. It was that disgusting. And I fixed it by just having a policy. Once I did the dishes, I said, okay, I'll just wash it every single time I'm done. You're addicted to Red Bull? I'm having some more tea. I'll be right back.
Since you walked into my life, Monday morning when first I heard you speak to me, I was too
Okay, I got my tea now. It's some black tea. It's the second cup, because the first cup I had milk in it and it was kind of cold. So what I did is I just made plain black tea. I just made plain black tea this time. And I had plain black tea this time, and I microwaved it. I added water to it. It's already kind of decaffeinated from the first one.
Do you still believe that love can fall from the sky?
Okay, let's get that goblin.
Where you're standing, you can see the sky
Waiting for you.
if you
Still believe in love. Do you still remember all the time that has gone by? Oh, do you still believe the reasons why? Okay. We defeated the goblin! Let's go. We defeated the goblin. We defeated the goblin! The goblin was been defeated, and all hail Roki of the Winderstian Kingdom for saving our people of the Tarongi people. Saving the Tarongi people from the almighty goblin lord, slum lord, Goldplix. I don't know. It's like who actually lives in Tarogi? Was it just like freaking Yagado? Or have like people have ever actually lived in Tarongi? Like, do you think there's like a native population that you don't see because they like live in secret? That's like a nomadic people that live, like maybe they're descendants of Tartaru, but like they went a different evolutionary path because they like split off and like lived as nomads and like went off and lived in the Tarongi Canyon area, but you never see them in the zone obviously because they live off in the further in the mountains and the reaches. See, it's like kind of a region of the country. You only fight monsters in a certain spot. It's a very small, this whole map. This is the only place of Tarongi Canyon that you actually run through. There's a whole bunch of stuff that's not reachable because it's not part of the game. So there's all this stuff going on, but it's supposed to be in the back of your mind though. Like you're supposed to be role playing that you live here in Vanadil. Then there's gonna be like. There's a lot of stuff that's kind of unanswered. Like, who lives in Tarongi Canyon? Like, there might be people who actually live here. You never know. Like, someone who survives off of the wilderness. They live off the wild, the like, wild animals and stuff, and whatever plants and stuff they can cook, they can find. Set up like they cook whatever meat they find. You can eat the bird meat. There's plenty of akbaba. They can just eat that like chicken. It's gonna taste like chicken, okay? So that's a good meat to live on. Akbaba meat. You could totally live in Tarongi Canyon. There's also rabbit meat. That's not gonna have all the fats you need. It's gonna have protein, but it's lean protein. And if you have too much, you get what's called rabbit fever because you don't have all the proteins your body needs. You need a meat that has more like fat content or something like different kind of protein. Doesn't have enough fat. So your body has protein, but if you don't have fat, it's not gonna work out. You're gonna get sick. So you need fat, and rabbit doesn't have a lot of fat. It's a very lean meat. It doesn't have enough. So you have to have additional meat. If you can find beaver meat, especially beaver tail, then you could probably supplement that to rabbit. If there's only rabbits and then you find dead beavers around trees, sometimes trees fall on top of them, I guess, and then you could take their tails, and I guess you kind of smoke it, or I don't know how you cook it. There's got to be a special way. You have to Google it, but beaver tail apparently is like the best, most like delicate meat you will ever eat in your lifetime. Apparently, I don't know. I would have to be out in the wilderness, desperate to survive, to do such a thing. Unless I was at like a restaurant where they served beaver tail, that would be one thing. I'd be like, okay, yeah, let's eat it at a restaurant. I wouldn't eat it in the wild. If I wasn't like in a survival situation where it's like, hey, I need to live off of the wilderness. That's like a rare thing that doesn't happen to most people most of the time. I don't think. Just a thought. I don't think. I don't usually think. That might explain some things, Rebecca. Oh, come on. Don't make fun of me. As literally nobody is making fun of her. $475 milliliters of Red Bull. You drink 2 cans a day. Yeah, 2 cans of Red Bull. I mean, I only drink like tea and coffee, generally, mostly coffee. But I generally drink only like that. And if I really want an energy drink, I'll get like a Rain energy drink, which I guess that guy, Hop Thor, whatever, Health Thor, whatever. I guess that guy is like I don't know what's going on with that guy. The guy who was on Canute's stream, and all that. The whole like Camp Canute thing. He was the guy that he was the guy that was in Game of Thrones. The Mountain. He's the world's strongest man. I mean, he's the world's strongest human. He's the world's strongest man. Men tend to have more muscular builds than women. You know, it's a testosterone trait. And then, of course, there is the difference between skeletal tissue. You have to understand, though, that your skeletal tissue over time does change. It becomes more dense, and you actually kind of risk osteoporosis. And you have to make sure that you constantly get the right kind of vitamins and all that from food that you can eat and stay healthy to keep strong bones, because just like every other woman, estrogen really affects your bone health in a different way. Testosterone has other health effects compared to I don't know, I'm not a doctor. I'm just saying, like, both hormones have their differences, but they both cause things. Like testosterone has strengths, which is like literally strength is one of those, but it also has weaknesses. Like I think like men become more fatigued, sexual arousal is more life infringing. Like it infringe. I feel like arousal infringes on a man's life with testosterone than it does on someone with estrogen, because estrogen is kind of a slow burn as far as sexuality goes. And I remember from before I started estrogen, when I was like testosterone main, testosterone main, when I was mainly on testosterone, like when I was like, all that, sexuality felt frustrating. It was just like, it just needed to be it was like maintenance. It still kind of feels like that, obviously. That's just sexuality. But I think estrogen changes the way that you experience sexual pleasure, and I like it. But it's slower. It's a lot slower paced. I can start and stop more often. I don't have to like finish to completion you know what I mean? That's all I'm gonna really say about that. But like, there's a difference than, like when you're testosterone, everything's just like, like it has to happen. Like everything's all like pushed. Everything's all like stressful. It has its problems, and if you don't, obviously that's why guys, I think they work out a lot more, because they need to get out that stress. And obviously women have testosterone as well. I have lower than cisgender women, but that means like my muscle strength will never be as good as most cisgender athletes. You have to understand that. So that's an offset. I believe you'd have to ask an actual doctor / and scientist researcher about transgender athletes. I'm not one of those people, but if I would have to guess, like my armchair knowledge about it, I would have to guess that the reason why it's not considered a huge advantage to be a transgender athlete in a female category, like a trans woman in a female category, for example. I think the offset of having lower testosterone, which means lower muscle activity and lower push, like lower energy, we have lower like output energy fuel. Testosterone is basically like muscle fuel. Like it pushes athletes. Like that's why people like take like steroids and shit. Whatever imagined scenario with, or maybe even real scenario, it's up for debate scientifically, I believe. Whether or not the bone density is a thing, which it is, because testosterone changes your bone density, but so does estrogen, so does HRT. It does change over several years. It changes your bone density, and it changes your whole body actually over time. But it takes time. You can't just start hormones and then start competing in women's category. That's not allowed. So there has to be a certain amount of time that goes by before you start competing. There has to be but the thing is that there should just be it shouldn't be based on. I know a lot of people say like, oh, why don't you just base it on hormone levels? I believe the reason they don't do that. I think sometimes they do that, but I think there's a reason why people don't want them to do that, because historically, like since the 1930s, that's been used to basically just like discriminate against women athletes in general, because all women were going to be then subjected to like heavy testosterone checking and genital inspections. You know, like it was a lot of room. It also left a lot of room, especially for like adults and also minors, which, like, I mean, I'm not even going to go there, but like it opens up a lot of routes for people who are going to try to sexually abuse people, like in sports, because it's like somebody who wants to say like, oh, like, I'm not going to say that. Let's not even go there, but. You know, stuff like that can go down. There are weirdos like who coach children, and then they use that as an excuse, and they act really inappropriate sometimes. Like inappropriate contact, or like the way they treat the girls. You'll have like a male, like it's just. But then there is this prejudice against men. But I do think that like girls, for the most part, are probably going to feel more comfortable with the woman. I know that's because as a woman, I feel more comfortable with women in like doctors. I do work with male doctors, but like and stuff, but like I just like something, because I'm a woman. It's not necessarily because I'm a woman, but I just feel more comfortable working with women, and you know, whether you're trans or not. But if I'm gonna be real, like I don't really factor that into it. It's more of like the woman energy, which trans women have. But I don't typically meet other trans people out in the wild. We're really rare, like I said. And sometimes I forget about that, because when I'm dealing with my medical stuff so often, I'm so aware of it that it's hard to realize, wait a minute, like other people don't even know a single thing about the past 3 years that I've been going through. Some people might not even know that I changed my name. And I don't know, there's a lot of people out there who don't even know I exist, and that's something I have to accept. That weird laugh that people do sometimes. That reverse inhale, like the weird like inhale that people do. That's so weird. Look, we're already 1,000 into level 19. We got to do that 3 more times, just about, and we'll be level 20, which is our goal for tonight. And then we're gonna figure out some Gil situation after that. I think we're gonna go farm Gideus after that, because I just need beehive chips and stuff. I need Gil, and I might not get XP there. I don't know if I can get XP there at this level, at level 20, but I'm gonna go farm because I need Gil. We need Gil to continue. You know how like you're at the arcade and you have to put a coin in the machine? Once we get level 20, we need to put a coin in the machine, and so we need to get that coin. By doing that, we have to go give up on XP for a little bit. Once we get level 20, take a little bit of a break. 25 will be even better. I don't want to wait 20 seconds. Yeah, I don't know. I see there's differences in people that I think like sometimes I take for granted, and for some reason I just assume that other people have have the same exact knowledge that I have about things. I think that's a very big mistake, because from a very young age I already was proven that I can absorb academic like book knowledge like that, like a snap of the finger. I just have this ability, like, from a early age. It's been getting now my memory and stuff has gotten harder as I gotten older. I think that's just a natural part of getting older. Oh, I don't think it's about getting older. I don't know. There are things that are happening now. Modern medicine and stuff, they're actually working on like reversing a lot of the aging things. So like maybe in my lifetime they're actually going to be able to reverse aging. Maybe I'll look like I'm 34 like for the rest of my life. Like even when I'm like 85. And then, you know, it's not about appearance. Like, you appear young because it's like healthy. Like, in a way that's like, your body works like way better. And like, you're not gonna like age. If your body doesn't age, you have no reason to die of natural causes. Because you just refresh your cells in your body. So if we didn't die from natural causes, there's still plenty in the world that's gonna kill you. I'm gonna tell you that right now. Like, there's people out there that are going to try to... I mean, don't get afraid. I mean, I have this agoraphobia based on so many negative situations in my life, especially involving, like, authorities. Because I've had so much punishment in my life based on, like, my behavior that people didn't, like, even though I was doing my best to adhere to what they wanted from me. But it's because of autism, honestly. Autistic people do not really have a comfortable place most of the time in the world. Obviously in certain situations it is true. I died. Oh. You know what? You just want to go to Gideus right now? We can just go start farming. Maybe I can find, oh wait, so I'll invite, 15 to 20. A lot of people just set their home point in Juno because there's no outpost warps at the moment. Yeah, looks like it'll be good spot for us. Level 19. We don't even need to level sync. Yeah, team up with Beastmasters. That's going to be my main source of XP, I think, and Gil. If I team up with Beastmasters, we can both benefit, of course. But I'm adding in a lot more damage, which speeds up a lot of XP. And I'm also giving treasure hunters so we can get Gil. We're going to get less XP per mob, but like I think it's more efficient overall for your character to make Gil. And if we're fighting bats and stuff, they're going to be dropping wind crystals. They're going to be dropping bat wings. The goblins are going to be dropping Gil and items. Okay. Still no stacks of wind crystals. One more. I just need one more. We have a stack of hair meat. Let's go. Herb seeds, NPC. Let's go. I think I got a stack of beehive chips. Let's go. Nope. I need one more. No, I can sell those. Animal glue, though, I can keep. Okay. Just keep building up stacks. Anything sell yet? Nope. Maybe? Yes! I got Gil. I still don't have enough for you. So, teaming up with Beastmasters is probably going to be my best bet to get to level 75. Because Beastmasters are going to be present throughout all level ranges. And they're always going to be willing, almost always going to be willing to team up with a thief. Extra damage and treasure hunter? Hell yeah. Especially with the pet and the Beastmaster to get hate for sneak attack. And trick attack later on. So Beastmasters or Summoners, people who do like small parties. Probably going to be my absolute best bet for XP and Gil. I'm trying, like as Thief, you kind of got to think that way. You're not just, I think it might be the best one to do as your first job to 75. Because you can solo, you can farm, you can get around better. There's like, you know, all that. 2 hour really helps too. Flee. But also because like I don't think they do I mean they do well in a traditional XP party, like a 6-person party that fights IT plus, or rather VT to IT plus. But I mean, it's just like, you know, I think Thief really shines in like smaller groups. I think the damage, because it's lower level monsters, the damage is going to be higher, and it's going to be a bigger percentage of the HP of the mob, which means you're going to kill the mob faster. And if they drop gil items, you're not only just you're killing them fast enough to justify getting less XP, because you're also farming at that point if you're killing it fast enough. So with like Beastmaster and Thief, you get a situation where you have not only a Beastmaster attacking with an axe, you also have a pet, you know, whatever pet the Beastmaster uses. And then you also have the Thief to do sneak attack and trick attack. And at level 50, Assassin on this server. On this Era Plus. So Era Plus, you get Assassin at level 50. That makes trick attack do this similar damage to sneak attack, but based on agility. So I think sneak attack's still stronger, because I think in this server they boosted dexterity on characters. Oops. Okay. Man. Someone's rage quitting. Well, then rage quit. It's a brand new server. If people are complaining... Wait, did the game tables work? Can I gamble? Can I gamble? Do the game tables work? How much do I gotta trade? 50? Is that game tables don't work? Oh, 1,000 gil, 900 I mean. And go north. We're gonna go out. And we're gonna get ourselves back to Mesa Shakrami. Blade face? No. I thought it said something else. I have to get rid of some of my... No, I don't want to sell my acid bolts. I mean, it's a shot in the dark. Either way, we can go there anyway. I don't have enough for food. Okay, let me sell some of my... Let's sell some of the blind bolts and then some of the acid bolts. So, 20 of these. 20 of these. Okay, and then 10 more. And 10 more. Maybe 20. Okay, that gives me enough. Yeah, as long as the Beastmaster gets even match. Evasion plus 10, it's gonna really help. Okay, there we go. Got the jack-o'-lantern. Okay, now let's go. Once I get level 20, I can also go to Juno. That's another thing we could do. Just run to Juno on 20 Thief once I get some buffer. And then do the Chocobo quest. Maybe we can get some help and maybe even farm the grass. Maybe I can get some XP first. Get to level 20, possibly even 21 or 22. If I get level 23, 24, 25 today, that'd be insane. Let's try to do it. We have, I mean, it's only 4:41 p.m. I got literally the whole day, and I just have my second cup of tea. Like, we're fired up. Today is the day to play Final Fantasy 11. We got plenty of time. I got nothing on the calendar right now, today, or tomorrow. Really, tomorrow afternoon I got stuff, but. And later morning, got to do some DMV stuff and all that. Okay, is this once a Vanadil day or once a real life day? Earth day. Let's see. Okay, good. It's once a Vanadil day. Okay, good. That's really a relief. Yeah, because that means once a Vanadil day, if I time it right, I can get from from East Sartabarta to Tarongi Canyon really a little bit quicker with Flea. And then especially once I turn level 25, I get Flea, and I could use Flea after that. Like start out just like with the Smile Bear or Smile Helper or whatever. And then after it wears out, use it again. Use Flea on Thief. Okay, now we just run north. Look how fast we're going. Look at us go. We're running really fast. How fast we're running. Oh. What the hell? What am I doing? Yeah, I just want to get to yeah, I just want to get myself to what's going on here? Why? Okay, come on. My microphone is messing up. Okay. Thanks. Oh, I lowered the volume of the music. That's why. Okay, there we are. There we are. Okay, let's go. Okay. Let's go. Why'd you pick today to quit? I shouldn't have picked today to quit heroin. Just want to let you know, we're all counting on you. Just want to let you know, we're all counting on you. I ate them. The voices in my head. I ate them. Javik. Garbage. Garbage. Enemy Mine. A good movie. Really good one. Yeah, I wish I had a thief that wanted to party with me. If I had a thief that went to 75 with me, that would have been a lot better. I had a lot of solo. I did party up in like Soja from like level 40 to like 55, but I soloed everything else. I duoed a couple times. Nasomi was such a small server though, and like other Beastmaster would pair up, but like Beastmasters are so lazy. They log on literally at the zone that they stop on, and they just continue right where they left off without doing anything. Not talking to the link shell, not like doing anything. They just log on for like 10 minutes and then they log out, and then like they wait like the whole day, and then they'll log back in. They'll just continue right where they left off. That's what Beastmasters do. They love it. I know, because I did it. I kind of loved that. It was a nice like kind of knowing that like I could handle my own in the game. Like Beastmaster to me was like, if you're a Beastmaster, you might not be able to be the best in like an XP party. You might not be the best for endgame especially, but you're good for farming, which is also good for endgame. I think Beastmaster is good to have, and also Thief is good to have for like the off event stuff, like the farming, the small group stuff. They're like Thief. Like Thief and Beastmaster, these are jobs that work really well in like solo and like small groups. Like maybe like 2 to 4 people in a group. Like a four person group would do pretty well if there's a Beastmaster and a Thief. And then like maybe like a Bard and like a Red Mage, or maybe you wouldn't need a Red Mage. A Bard and like another Beast or something. Like 2 Beastmasters You get 2 Beastmasters, a Bard, and a White Mage. No, and a Thief. No, 2 Beastmasters, a Thief, and a Bard. And the Beastmasters are sub-White Mage. They're the healers. And I would probably like sub-Monk. Either that or we all sub-Ninja, and then nobody has healing. But that's no good. Then Bard White Mage, that's no good because we're Bard Ninja. But like, if the Bard White Mage, I think Bard White Mage and then the Beastmaster White Mage, then I could just focus on like either Thief Ninja or Thief Monk. There's a lot of different stuff you gotta do, but you gotta be a little flexible. You can't be like stuck to one plan. Yeah, the Brigandine armor is pretty cool, like level 45. To me, that's when Thief really starts to feel good. Like when it actually feels nice to play in a party. But even then, like, Thieves aren't really like an ideal like XP party member. You usually want like, but I don't know, in this server they're trying to make it so that all jobs will work in XP in groups. But I still do think the playstyle of Thief is way better suited for like small groups, because the damage makes much more of a difference. The spike damage makes much more of a difference on lower level mobs like Tough, or maybe even VT, but like Tough, like even matching Toughs, the spike damage does way much more, and you just add the treasure hunter on top of that, and you get like items as well, so you can make gil, which you need a lot of. And if I can try to find all the Beastmasters to team up with as I level, I think I'm going to have a pretty decent experience. It's way better duoing with the Beastmaster than solo on either end. Soloing on Thief can be done just like Beastmaster, but you have to use a lot of Bloody Bolts, and it's also, you have to either kill like a lot of easy prey to maybe decent challenges, but like you're going to do a lot of easy prey, and you're also going to be using like a lot of Bloody Bolts, and it's going to take longer. You're not going to be able to sneak attack very often, only like at the beginning of battles. But if you're a duo with somebody, especially if they're a Beastmaster where they also have a pet fighting, so you can trick attack on either the Beastmaster or the pet. Sometimes you know, giving hate on the pet is actually going to do better. Because, you know, they can use pet food to heal it and stuff like that. So I think like having multiple I want to test out a bunch of different sub-job options on this server. Once I get level 50, I'm going to level like every single job that I think might be a good sub-job for Thief up to at least 25. Starting with Monk to 37, Ninja to 37. I'm just going to get him to 25 once I hit level 50. But then I'll get like Ninja up to 30 at least. Probably just go straight to 37 from that point. But and then Monk to 37. And then I want to try something like Thief Paladin, because there might be situations where I can farm, but only if I have certain sub-jobs. Do you understand? Like, there might be situations where that sub-job makes a huge difference in certain farming spots. So if I'm Paladin, I might survive longer in certain situations because of certain abilities, especially as you get higher level. Because I'm going to be able to have cure. I'm going to have auto refresh. I'm going to have cure. I'm going to have protect. it might be able to, you know, make certain farming spots more viable earlier on, or better just overall. Or I might want to do Thief Black Mage so I can warp back later easier. Because like, what if I'm going to farm like a super lower level area that I'm not going to take any damage from? Or if I do, it's barely any. And so like I can always just warp back without having to use an instant warp. Or an item like a warp cudgel. Or what if I would... Thief Monk I'm actually really looking forward to compared to Thief Ninja. I actually don't think I want to do Thief Ninja most of the time past 50. Especially 50 plus. Because it's like... Until I get like useful daggers that I can dual wield. That's different. But I feel like for solo situations I want to do something different than Sub-Nin. Like for party situations, you know, for deep... If I'm going to go damage dealer, then I might want to Sub-Nin. But if I'm going to be in solo and duo situations, I'm probably going to sub Monk. For higher HP, higher evasion, I guess, you have dodge at level 50 from level 25 Monk. I don't know, there's a lot of stuff to do. We're going to have fun figuring it all out, okay? Level 50 will be the real, like, fun spot. That's when you really gotta get to customize stuff. And I'm gonna figure out all my sub jobs and stuff like that. Oh, wrong way, wrong way. Extends? That's a funny name. Okay. Where is our friend? Here we go. Finally got a jack-o'-lantern. It's gonna be a lot better with the two of us. Just the two of us. Nice. Yeah, I can't really hit too much accuracy with the crossbow bolts yet. I gotta skill it up. Yeah, we're gonna take that crawler. Yeah, I'll just try to get Weaken's defense on. There we go. Ah. Oh no. I'll turn around for a bit. Whoops, now we gotta run back again. Oh, the acid bolts. I mean, the silk thread. That's gonna be a really good source of gil. Even just NPCing it, 200 gil, like that's straight up super easy, quick gil. It's one thing when you can sell it well. I mean, it's better on the auction house usually over time. But the thing is if you don't really have much gil very early on, you really want to get as best as you can instant gil, like from vendoring, because it gives you stuff that you can use right away instead of waiting on the auction house. Because you need stuff while you level, and you could just wait for the auction house, but you wouldn't be leveling. So it would defeat the whole purpose most of the time. Oops. Bum 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 ah 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 ah. There's people farming in maze. I mean, one day I'll be one of those people. But it just makes it really shitty for like lower level people who are trying to level. But I mean, it's not. That's just kind of the name of the game. It's competitive. It's a competitive game. It's player versus environment rather than player versus player. So it means there's like an environment that we all coexist in, and there's going to be people who aren't going to respect boundaries. And that's as it should be. It's a game. Like, it's up for first come first serve, right? So if you're there and you're active, you deserve all the stuff that you get. But if there's going to be competition, you have to accept that it's going to be a little harder than if you're alone. But I think for XP, you want to avoid farming spots. But if you're a small group and you're high enough level and you have enough variety of places to camp at, you can pick a lot of different spots, like the one with hopefully the ones that aren't currently being farmed, and I can pick out a farming spot. Basically, by the time I get to level 75, I need to have like a huge plan of like how I farm. Like, how are we gonna farm? How are we gonna, like, you know, depending on like who's in the, how many people are in the zone, we need to know all the different farming spots that we could potentially go to that are gonna make the best guild that we can get with either solo or maybe even duo with somebody. Find a Beastmaster to pair up with for farming. It's gonna be the best option. Shouldn't be so. Yeah, Beastmasters tend to be more patient anyway, so that's why you want to find Beastmasters to team up with. They're gonna be just as patient as I am, if not. Well, maybe not, but if we're gonna be duoing stuff, they're already set up to solo. So duo, they're always up for it, almost all the time. I don't know. Every single time somebody was up for doing on when I was on Beastmaster, I always like preferred that to soloing. And I think Thief and Beastmaster, especially since once I get Bloody Bolts, I can then, you know, we can conserve a lot more MP. I don't get aggro here. Yeah, if we can get level 45 Thief, I would feel like we made a huge milestone. Draken. Mithrindil. Mithrindil. Remember? Mithrindil. Mithrindil. Remember from the days of Mithrindil. From Therindril. Of Minithildril. A Minithrindril. Rinduin. Yeah, when you duo, it's like it really like takes a lot of the stress out of like trying to be in like a full, I don't know, like these lower levels they're fast enough that if you duo, you can really get through them like really kind of nicely. But if you get like a really nice XP party, that's one thing. Then you just kind of ride that out in an XP party, and it's pretty easy. I mean, that's at least what they're trying to do, it seems. Yeah, basically, at some point, I'm kind of delaying it for now. I'm gonna give it a little bit of time. But I want to basically check periodically back on the wiki to see, like, whatever new information people add about the server. Because there's stuff here that's gonna be, like, you know, secrets. They even made it very clear that they would. And that they're gonna make it so, like, jobs like Thief or Beastmaster are actually useful in parties more. But I think what they're meaning is probably, like, a little bit later on, like 25 plus at least. Because it seems like earlier on, it seems like you're basically just gonna be soloing and duoing. It just really looks like it. Or that might just be because that's what I'm doing. It might not be, it might be because I'm playing Thief. That might be why. If I was playing like White Mage, I'd be in parties. The difference though is with White Mage and stuff, you need money for spells. And so you get more set up for parties, but you don't have that character utility. And like I said, I think everybody, level 75 is like the easiest way if you really want to add a bunch of utility to your character, to the game. Like being able to flee, for example. Perfect dodge, which is useful for like zoning. Like, and also you could like sub Black Mage for warp later on, like if you want, or for teleports for White Mage. But like, if you have 75 Thief, you get a whole bunch of gear that gives you a whole bunch of evasion. You have really high evasion naturally. You have really good damage, especially if you're like soloing. It's like really fast. It's good for farming, but it's also good in a party. So it's like, I think overall, like having like character utility, like Thief is going to be your best bet because Treasure Hunter, for example, you get Gill Finder, you get like Steal, and you have Flee, and there's other abilities. You can use Hide, which is really good for pulling, because you can depop like a whole, if there's a whole bunch of mobs that are going to link together, you basically aggro all of them and then link them all together, and then you hide, and then you just bring one back while the rest depop. Garlic! It's a funny name for a Tarutaru. Blue Waters. Ooh, look at all this little extra gear there. This person. They got all the Santa Claus stuff. We're going up all the way to Marifatal Mountains, okay? Which, if we just run across the trail, it's the safest. We just gotta go to that trail over there. Bum, bum. Gotta watch out for goblins. Okay. Watch out for those goblins. Rebecca, I know sometimes you kind of lost track of like how much progress you made, but you're an amazing human being, and I know that sometimes you might feel like you're like this, like, who are you, and like where did you go, and like, you know, why are you feel like such a loser and all that kind of stuff like that. But Rebecca, you're doing fucking great, and you feel stressed out right now. Later on you're gonna see it for what it is, which is beauty, that you are an amazing human being, and that you are strong and beautiful, and no one's gonna stop you from getting what you need in life. And just know that right now is totally okay to, you know, whenever you feel like it, like, you know, take a hit from a THC vape pen and just play some Final Fantasy XI, which is like the biggest time waster in all of video game history. And it's supposed to be that way, and I need it right now. I need to be able to just sit here and just... It's okay to feel like I'm like a video game crack addict right now. It's not as bad as I think it is. It's perfectly healthy and fine. Literally all my doctors are in agreement that I'm doing perfectly fine with my life. I'm doing great with my health. I need to move the fuck on. It's really hard though, I'm gonna tell you right now. With those surgeries lingering over me, it's really hard to like think about anything else. So until those are done, it's gonna be really difficult for me to move on. But once it's gonna be over this year, you understand? This year is gonna go by so fast, and we're gonna have plenty of fun together here on stream. And I'm gonna keep doing stuff that when I can to move my life forward. We're gonna have lots of fun adventures in Vanadil, leveling up Thief and other jobs here on Final Fantasy 11 on Horizon. We got so much stuff to do together this next year. It's gonna fly by. We're maybe, ooh, if we could get a level 75 by the time I get my surgery. No, I don't want to play that hardcore. That I would have to grind a lot. It took me a long time to get level 75 the first time in Nasomi. I take my time, so I'm not going to try to give myself that kind of pressure. But maybe by the end of this, we will get a lot of Final Fantasy 11 stuff done, and a lot of time spent on stream, because there's going to be a lot of time that I'm going to have that's going to be complete downtime. Just complete need to burn it by playing Final Fantasy 11. Not everything has to be some kind of like reading a book to like improve your life, some kind of self-help book, or studying something or learn. Not everything has to be like a grind. Sometimes it's perfect. I mean, the video game is a grind, but sometimes it's perfectly fine to just not do something what we consider productive, right? Like some people are like, I at least want to be doing something that's productive. It's like, well, you know, sometimes being unproductive is the most productive thing you can do, because it rests your mind, rests your spirit, and you know, you kind of just need to do, like, you know, you don't need to always be grinding something, and you do your daily habits that are useful to bring you towards your goals. But other than your daily habits, like you're not like stressing out like over things. Like it's a point where you just kind of relax and be like, whoa, calm down. Like, come on. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go to the bathroom and take a quick stretch break. We'll be back 1 minute or so, 1 to 2 minutes. When we get to the zone. Glad this Beastmaster is pretty patient. Beastmasters, I think, would pretty understandably going to be a lot more patient than most players. So I can expect a Beastmaster who is up for teaming up in a duo to be like super chill. That's my expectation, but not always. Okay, I'm back, kinda. You know, like get my water bottles filled and all that. Not really fully back. I can take my estrogen. Oh, but I wasted my food. Cat wife, do you need it? Level 69 bard. Person at least level 40. Okay, here we go. Yeah, hopefully he's not logging out. Ending the party. I literally just got here. I died and I wasted 3k. And now I'm here and I gotta make something. We gotta make up for that. I'm gonna be here for a while. Oh, you mean the hair? That's what he meant by last one. Maybe skill ups. Yeah, I'm good with this. Wind crystals, beastman seals, lizard skins, galspit grass, lizard meat, whatever else like the insect wings and bullshit like that. But wind crystal, that's a big deal. Those are actually Too bad there's no silence bolts. That would be amazing. If I could do all the enfeebles in the rainbow, if I could do paralyzed, slow, that'd be crazy if they had bolts that could do every single enfeeble. Like acid bolts, blind bolt. Got it. Hey, what's up, Javon? How are you doing today? We're just playing some Falsy 11, grinding hardcore. Really just relaxing today and trying to feel good about myself. How you doing? Entrancing ribbon. I'm petrified, oh no. Yeah, I'm glad. I'm trying to not be so freaking, as I usually am. I jump to conclusions about life, about myself especially, that are really negative sometimes and feel really sad. Then I remember, you know what? Life is really happy. There's a lot of good things going on in my life right now, and I should be happy. Rebecca, you're doing fucking great, and you are beautiful and amazing and hardworking, and you're gonna get everything you desire in life, I think. Maybe not everything, but the things you're working so hard to get. And I don't even know exactly what those things are all the time, but... Da, da, da. Da, 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 da. Yeah, I try not to play the comparing game. The comparison game never does anyone any favors. Saying like, oh, I had it worse than you, etc., etc. Or the other way around, like, oh, other people have it worse than me. I should be grateful, right? Dot, dot, dot. That infamous I should be grateful. Should. The should and would, right? Yeah, I'm starting to really like see my value as a human being lately. Trying to like step back and instead of looking at my usual thought patterns, I've been trying to say like, hey, you know what? Things aren't always as they seem. And you know that success is right around the corner. I'm not just sitting around doing nothing with my life, you know? Obviously, at the moment, that's what I'm doing. That's because I'm playing Fantasy 11 because I'm specifically trying to waste time. You understand? This is the best game to waste time in. For me, at least. But I feel like out of every video game ever made, this game has the right combination of things that will absolutely make time fly by. Like, absolutely fly by. I'm talking whole entire weekends gone. And if that's what you want, because sometimes that's actually what you need. You need to just like, hey, I need to like decompress, right? So now you've just been fucking like run fucking wild, rabid on fucking work. And you just need a fucking weekend to just play a fucking video game and get completely lost and just waste time. Like, sometimes wasting time is needed. It's actually sometimes more important than working out and stuff like that, right? Rest. I'm not like a personal trainer or anything, but I'm learning so that I can improve my own body and my own life. I'm going out on walks, and you know, it's not about the intensity of your workout so much as it is the frequency. If you go for a walk every day, even like a 15-minute walk, that does so much to help your health. Rather than just going on like a 3-hour hike once a week, maybe go on a 15-minute walk every day. That's way better than the 3-hour hike once a week. And you just do these things like over time. They just really add up. Yeah, I love going hiking. I do that in addition to going on my regular walks. But as long as you get that minimum of 15 minutes of walking a day, you're actually going to be pretty well off. Like, it does so much benefits to your health for the amount of effort that takes, which is barely any. 15 minutes is so easy to walk. At least for me. I'm not like, I don't have any debilitating illness or anything like that holding me back. Yeah, unwinding, it's more than unwinding. It's like, you need your brain to stop working so that it can work better when it does work. The Appalachian Trail, oh my god. Yeah, you'd have to go with a group that would prevent you from, you know, you gotta stay safe from bears, you know. Yeah, that's something you work up to. I mean, I'm sure you can get the right group. You gotta go, don't go alone. Maybe there's a group that goes up that has bear traps. maybe they have like a defense against bears. Like they secretly feed them giant steaks of salmon or something like that. Like, so they can just not bother us. Like, just keep salmon like in like a special spot where all the bears eat. But put like some, you know, non-harmful like sleep medicine to make the, like, some kind of like tranquilizer so the bears can just sleep while you're hiking. Like just put out some food for all the bears to eat, but like put it like a tranquilizer in it so that like while you're hiking they're all gonna be sleeping. I don't know if that's legal. I mean, it might be if you're like one of the people who's like certified to be able to take care of the animals and to be able to like know if you can tranquilize them or not. You know the law and all that. You know, you can't just do these things. They'll just steal your food. Yeah, I mean, that's bad. Bears are pretty smart when it comes to trying to find food. Just like raccoons. Raccoons probably have like the most intelligence when it comes to finding what they need. Their little fingers are really crafty. Their little fingers are so cute. Raccoons are so cute, but you don't want to touch one. You don't, and you probably wouldn't want one as a pet unless you raised it from birth in like the correct environment. But that's illegal, I believe, unless you have like the proper license. Wait, did defense down actually not proc? I guess it is possible. Unless it did and I just missed it. Or I didn't see it. I was too far away. I have played a little bit of Final Fantasy 14. Not too much. I only got to like level 37 Lancer or something like that, but I did play. Uh-oh. Nice, getting skill ups. Always good. Got a lot of shield parrying to do. Shield's actually doing way better than parrying. Parrying's gonna be hard to skill up. You have to solo a lot more. Look, we're already almost level 20. Like, we're on our way. It's nice. Yeah, once we get hit level 20, I think it'll be a little bit easier. We might get some additional stuff. Extra stats. Possibly extra abilities, extra job traits as well. From level 10 sub-job instead of level 9. So, you know, there's a whole bunch of different stuff that opens up at certain levels that just make a big difference. Maybe not like a super big difference, but like it makes a difference. At least enough to like, you know, be noticeable. Like, whoa, there's like a big change this level to make it easier or whatever. Basically, the higher level you are, the easier things get. But then a lot of stuff opens up that you have to grind and unlock the higher you go. So a lot of the most basic stuff, like the stuff that everyone needs, gets a lot easier when you're higher level. Especially if you have a job like Thief or Red Mage leveled up. Then you can do a lot to get Gil. But especially if you have a friend who is the other job, like if you have a Thief and a Red Mage or a Thief and a Beastmaster. So if I need to be friends with like Red Mages or Blue Mages even. Like Blue Mages, Beastmasters. Blue Mages aren't here yet. But yeah, they are. Wait a minute. No, those aren't until Oregon. Yeah, so Beastmaster Blue Mages aren't here yet, but like, you know, basically Beastmasters, Blue Mages, Pups, Summoners. You couldn't play, you don't have friends? Well, you have friends in the game. That's what I'm saying. There's like 4,000 people who play. So you like you make friends in the game. It's like you find a guild, you know? You gotta find your people. That defense down really helps the more people are attacking. So if there's like 5 people plus pets attacking the monster, so if you have 5 Beastmaster and 1 Thief, for example, and then I use the acid bolt and do defense down, not only is it defense down for me, my attacks, it's also defense down for every single axe that the Beastmasters are using, and every single weapon, every single attack that the Charmed or Jug Pets are using. No, we're gonna kill all the dragonflies, but some of them are you know, Chimbiso's pets. That crane fly right there, he's using that, he charmed it, and then he can use it, he can control it. He's a Beastmaster. I leveled Beastmaster to level 75, which is endgame. I leveled Beastmaster to endgame on Nozomi, but on this server, I want to do Thief instead. So I'm pairing up with the Beastmaster on Thief, and we do really well. So if I can do debuffs like Acid Bolt, for example, Thief can use stuff like Acid Bolt and use like debuffs. At level 25, I get one that gives me HP, that drains HP, like a vampire. I'm almost out of Acid Bolts though. So I'm gonna have to get a lot more gil and then kind of save those. We're gonna be using them. We got 29 left. And we're not at Acid Bolt, it might get a little slower, but then if we level up, it might make up for it. Because we're gonna level up pretty soon. It's just a matter of time. Look, we only got 1,400 more, like 1,300 more XP, and I'm level 20. Let's go! I don't want to wait. Oh no, I could have saved it, I think. Oh well. Does damage. I want to save my acid bolts. Use sneak attack on the next one, but I don't have weapon skill, unfortunately. I'll wait until after Jim uses weapon skill. This music slaps? Hell yeah, it does. I'm glad people like the music I play on stream. Most people seem to listen to different kinds of music than I do. They listen to like other music on stream, like different styles. I'm the one, I play video game remixes from OC Remix. I don't know if most people do that. And it's like, I really enjoy video game soundtracks. I think video game soundtracks are really underrated from a lot of music lovers. A lot of people listen to like classical music or jazz music or hip hop or country, or they'll listen to all the like standard stuff, but like video game soundtrack or chip tunes especially, like I don't understand why people are so like resistant to like giving it a good chance, especially user-made remixes, which are in all sorts of different kinds of styles of genre of music. So there's like so many different options to choose from, and I think it's a variety of music that really fits my stream. It really fits the vibe that I want to have. So I'm glad that you like it, Javon. You're not the first person to compliment the music on my stream. I can't take credit for it, besides the fact that I'm playing it and I clicked on start streaming. That's about it. This music is made by an amazing community of musicians on OC Remix, and it's broadcast by rainwave.cc/OC Remix. I'm not like sponsored by them or anything, but I endorse them in the sense that I'm gonna recommend that radio station. It's completely ad-free, completely run by like community driven, for the community first. it's votable, so you can actually go there and vote for the next track, and you can decide which track plays next on stream. So it kind of makes a little bit of interactivity with my chat. Like if people want to like say, hey, like play this song. In 10 seconds, I'll wait till the next one. Kimikama. Oops. Kimikama. I had a friend named Kami Maron, and then but then he was originally Kimi Maron back in original retail, but on Nasomi he was Kami Maron. So this is Kimikama. Oof. Oh no! I didn't time it right. Oh well. It's fine. I guess I don't need to do a defense down. It's almost dead. And it's blinded. We no longer have XP ban though. But we're almost level 20. God damn it. You want to time it right after you attack with your melee, because if you do that, you won't risk as much, at least until later on when you get a lot of haste. But you won't risk accidentally doing a regular melee attack instead of the weapon skill. So what you want to do is you want to do a melee attack, then sneak attack, then weapon skill. It'll time better. It'll be easier to time. I'm just gonna say that. It's not required. Obviously, you know, it's not always going to be perfect either. You still have to be fast. Yeah, at least we need wind crystals, okay? Fire crystals too as well. I'm just gonna only fire one per monster right now because I'm running so low on the acid bolts. One per monster should do. And if it misses, it misses. If it doesn't, it doesn't. I can kind of tank it for a little bit while he's getting like another pet. Oh, maybe I can try to get it defense down, okay? Oh, Dia. Oh well. Oops. Maybe I can wait till I get TP unless I miss a bunch. I really wish I had the jack-o'-lantern. That would make something so much better. I'm gonna save it for my TP. Save my sneak attack for weapon skill. Next mob. About 6 or 7 more monsters, maybe like 8 to 10 more, maybe like 8 more monsters. I'm gonna be leveled up. Nice. We gotta save these for a Chocobo quest. So I'm gonna save these, you know, farm these right now. I'm gonna make use of it so I don't have to buy them from the auction house when I do Chocobo quest. Missed. I know I said only do one, but it's just, I don't know, I thought I would try another one. Because I'm going to be doing weapon skill on this one. Well, I don't think it's going to hit. Oh, this is like Mega Man X4. Well, that sucks. Wasted sneak attack. I forgot about that. Yeah, the beast killer and like venom killer or vermin killer or whatever, all that stuff like really kind of adds up over time. It's like an extra paralyzed, really good damage mitigation for Beastmaster. Like whenever they melee you instead of the pet, it's like an extra paralyzed that you get for free if you're targeting the right monsters. So if you like made a mischarm or something, or if like you need to get a new pet, or if like you get hate from weapon skill or something, you have a random extra chance for basically a free paralyze. On top of any paralyze you might even cast yourself from sub white mage. That's why I like sub white mage better than sub nin, by the way, on Beastmaster, because like if you sub white mage, if you're fighting lower level monsters especially, you can like cast paralyze and slow on the monsters and like dia. And that really helps out with like damage mitigation over time. If you can land those. If the mobs are low enough level especially, but if that's the case, it doesn't really matter. Sometimes you can even land paralyzed on like a higher level monster though. Like a even match or tough or whatever. I don't know. I'm done playing Beastmaster. If anything, I will only play it to level 37 on this server, but I really want to avoid it. I don't really need it as a sub job. It's kind of fun and kind of quirky as a sub job, but I'm not going to play Beastmaster this time around any more than I absolutely have to, and even then, I don't really need Beastmaster as a sub job. I can get Ranger as a sub job, keep it at level 1, just for wide scan when I need it. I could eventually level to 37 for extra stats while I'm farming, but sub white mage to 37, sub black mage to at least level 17 so I can cast warp. But black mage 37 is a good one to have. Warrior 37, monk 37, ninja 37. Let's see, what else? I think that's all I would need 37 for now, for Thief. Monk, Ninja, White Mage, Black Mage for Warp. So at least level 17 Black Mage. Because what Black Mage sub job would only be for farming super low level monsters or for just running around doing quests and stuff. I wouldn't be subbing Black Mage for battle. I'd be subbing Black Mage for like utility. So I mean Black Mage till like level 17 or whatever for warp. Engage. What is this? Captain Jean-Luc Picard. Engage. Bam! That's actually a lot of damage. Check that out. It's actually kind of cool. Uh-oh, I'm gonna die. No, I'm not. We're gonna get plenty of Galspit grass. Dang, girl, still, yeah, I mean, I'm kind of hitting the game hard today. I'm really hitting the like, R&R today. I'm really just kind of giving myself some time to just really just, hey, Rebecca, chill the fuck out. Chill the fuck out. Okay. I needed to say that out loud. I A Dark Knight and a White Mage would really up our game. But I don't know if they're gonna join us. Alright, we're also getting 2 more people in our group. We're getting a Dark Knight and a White Mage. We're gonna have a 4-person party. And we're gonna be able to fight higher level stuff. It's gonna be awesome. Okay, you understand? It's gonna be awesome. He's relogging, okay. Nice. Anything? What? Yeah, Dark Knight should help a lot with damage, make it go a lot faster. Maybe not Zeta, no, definitely not. That places would be too high level for us, for sure. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Well, Merfadab Mountain's good. At least it would be a lot more streamlined. So close to level 20, and then we can level sync again. I'm getting less XP because I'm lower level and they're level 22 and 21. So since there's a level gap, I'm getting less XP than they are. We're using their level as a judge for the XP rather than mine. So when I level up, I'm gonna level sync to me. We just need I need like one more monster. Like 2. Dark punch. We're on the horizon. Level 20, let's go. See, I got resist gravity. I could counter. Level 20. I didn't know Monk had counter at level 10. Or was it Thief that has counter? Definitely Era Plus. The counter at level 20? Let's go. Yeah, Monk sub might actually be better. For solo and duo especially. Like... Especially dodge. Once you get dodge, all that extra evasion. Eventually you kind of grow out of stuff like Jack-o'-lantern for evasion plus 10, but I think even Jack-o'-lantern evasion plus 10, that can go a long way when you're fighting easy prey to tough. Even at like higher levels. Like you pay good money for that evasion plus 10. Like Scorpion Harness is evasion plus 10. People pay good gil for that. So 3k for 3 hours of that. That works all the way to level 75 for farming, for solo, for thief, to save on having to, you know, prevent me from getting damaged. Alright, silver beast coin. These higher level goblins have better stuff to steal. May cancel target's attack with an attack of your own. What the fuck is this? That's crazy. Counter. I didn't even realize Monk got counter when I got to level 10. When I went to level 10, I didn't realize Monk got counter already. Usually it's not till like way later when like you don't even need it anymore, really. I mean, for the most part. I mean, you do, but Yeah, that poor haste with sub monk without not using dual wield, just using dagger and shield sub monk with the reparee harness. Like holy shit, that'd be crazy. Cross your fingers. Yeah, seriously, like, starting from level 1 on Chains of Promathia, you have several years worth of content. Like, that's several years, like actual real life years of in-game gameplay that you will spend before you even need Ottergen. You can spend so much time in this game. It's crazy. I like unconventional parties, my favorite. Just gonna slap everything together and see what works. I kind of like that raw. I'll save it for my weapon skill. TYP. Yeah, the Bogart's level 27. I know that there's like a camp here. I've camped here before. In fact, on my very first run through on retail. Oh no, I thought I was gonna save it. I'm a thief. All I think about is Gil. We need money, okay? Look at this. 625 gil? That's unacceptable. We need to farm. Farm, 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 farm. I can sell those extra Galspit grass. Oh no! Yikes. In 11 minutes to perfect dodge. Oh no. Yikes. This is danger. Wow. Oh yeah, I'm gonna take a few minutes. Yeah, basically, when I do a party, I'm trying to like get XP, but like this early on, I'm trying to also maximize on potential gil that we can make. So we're kind of working on that. Yeah, just really kind of chilling in this party. It's kind of nice. Now, if we can get more curl whiskers. Think those NPC well? I'm sure they might sell on the auction house. I'm not sure. So we're just pretty much just regathering ourselves right now. Paladin's on his way back. So we're gonna go southwest over here. Oh, oops, gotta go west. Everyone gather together at Garlic. This is truly classic Policy 11. I think I hit it right there. Combo, so Burning Blade, then combo, and then hard slash. Oh no, Burning Blade and then hard slash. So VT, we should be fine. Oh, I gotta use burning then. And hard slash. Nice. No, Zayden! Yeah, I guess we're waiting for Paladin. At one point, I need to always like carry like a re-raise or whatever. This song is so relaxing. Oh no! I used the... I'm in the wrong... I was in the, I was in the wrong macro book. I didn't realize there was a whole other page of macro books this whole time. So I thought I only had these, like for macro books. Thought it was just these. I didn't realize I could use all these. I thought I was confined to just these. I'm like, what the hell? Like, how do I have no room? And I found myself like full of macro books. And I thought that that was the maximum amount I could have. I didn't realize there was more on if I pressed the right button, if I pressed it right on the D-pad. Or maybe it's just this server, I don't know. Silver beast coin is like the real grind. I could farm in Merifatau Mountains and just steal from the goblins because they give silver beast coins here. Apparently that's some good gil. I only need one. As long as you have one, you can go through Sea Serpent Grotto. Because in Sea Serpent Grotto, you need the silver beast coin to get behind that door. As long as you have one in your Mog house at all times, everything else you can just sell. Handy ring? The fuck? What? Candy ring? Oh. Oops. Oh no. Oh, never mind. It's a decent challenge. But I'm dead. Paladin should be no problem with it. I'm gonna save my TP. Inside slacks. Good job on landing it away from the Bogart. Yeah, it's kind of a weird one. Nice, so one mage getting some extra buffs. Raise is always good. Then we won't have to like run, like spend all the time running back. And now that's especially good for me because my home point is all the way over in Port Windhurst. So, if I die, I definitely need a raise. Good thing our white mage now has it. Yikes. Oh, are you following me? Or trying to guess what I'm trying to do? I was just trying to pull the mob because it's a caster. I may have screwed up the skill chain. Oh, never mind. The Dark Knight's not here anyway. Dark Knight and the White Mage help us out a lot. Bum-ba-dum-ba-dum. Slowly grinding from level 20 to 21. Yeah, the zombies are a little harder to do damage against. That was the last one. I don't have to use the macro up. My dagger's like useless against these. Hey, what's up, Joji? How are you? We've been going at it for a while today, and we're gonna go out still more. We got a lot of stuff to do. I'm almost level 21 thief. You know what that means? Go get wasted on no. And don't have much gil, but we're getting stuff in this party that's like gonna be useful. I can go get my Chocobo license. I'm gonna go to Juno from Saramog Champagne. We're gonna go to Juno, and then we're gonna have a lot more access to the world. Then we're gonna get higher. We're gonna get rank 5, and then we can take the airship. When we can take the airship, we can truly go a lot more places. On your PS4 instead of PSC. You know, my brother's giving me his PS4. He has a PS5.
Life gives you lemons. Make lemonade. Let's all stay positive and do some science. Yes, sir. Lemon. Lemon.
Level 20 is so weird. The weird butthole level. That's one way of putting it.
You may have heard we're gonna phase out human testing. There's still a few things left to wrap up, though. The bean counters told me we literally could not afford to buy $7 worth of moon rocks, much less 70 million. Bought them anyway. Ground them up, mixed them into a gel. Guess what? Ground up moon rocks are pure poison.
Yeah, if they have Signet, crystals drop more often. That makes us gill. Everything that we're doing here is making us money, in addition to the XP. But I'm gonna be honest, like the XP is really not that great, but it's not terrible.
Don't make lemonade. Make life take the lemons back. Get mad. I don't want your damn lemons. What am I supposed to do with these?
Silver Beast going, let's go.
Make life rue the day.
Demand to see Life's manager. What if PS4 starts selling for thousands in the future? Well then, I'll have thousands of dollars in my closet. I better just throw it around. Don't even put it in a protective case. I better put stuff on top of it. No, I might be able to use it. I can hook it up to connect to my graphics card. Or I can get like a USB. I have like a USB graphics card that I can connect HDMI to. So I can connect HDMI from the PS4 and then play it on my computer. The thing I'm more wondering about is the sound. And maybe I can reroute the sound input from the HDMI and reroute it to a virtual cable, which will then play on my headphones. You know? Damn. Rover has been the first player to attain level 100 Bonecraft. Let's go. That's some mad grinding.
Carolyn, please bring me more pain pills.
Woo! Yeah, good. The paladin's pretty smart. Running away from everything and all that, you know? The gamble. Let's go. Got it. Level 15 shield, nice. Let's go. Oh no. Nathan, why'd you heal? Okay, you healed yourself. Okay, I'm like, okay. I'm like, don't heal anyone when we have 1 HP. Like, no. Nathan, no. No, Nathan, no. Use familiar. Gotta heal lizard for 30 minutes. Or until it dies. Your voice cracked in public? Interesting. Is that a bad thing? Or a good thing? Were you trying to crack it? You tried to crack the code? I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry, Joji. Voice always cracks? Oh. I mean, voices are kind of interesting. You really kind of like, you can train your voice. It takes some coaching though, and you have to know the right technique. You need some coaching. Basically, practice singing. But make sure to not use your throat. Use your, it's air escaping a cavity in your mouth. That's what singing is, and that's what speaking is. You're not speaking from your chest or from your neck, from your throat. You should be ideally speaking from like air that's basically just going out like a bellows, you know, like a bagpipes. So if you have your lungs, like your diaphragm should be acting like a bellows, and it basically just pushes air out, and you're not really like pushing it out like that, like that. That is like straining your voice. But if you're like like that like extra strain, it's really damaging on your voice, and it's because when you try to do like stuff, but you like choke, when you pinch, it creates a lot of injury. Exactly, because it's vibrato. Vibrato kind of happens naturally. First, you need to be able to sing clearly, like ah, and then ah. It just kind of happens. But it's just air escaping your throat. You're not pushing it with your lungs. You're not pushing it with your chest. You're not pushing it with your throat. You're pushing it with your diaphragm. Like air pushing out, you're making yourself, when you sing, you're turning yourself into a bagpipes. I mean, I'd do this even if we were getting no XP. Because we're farming. And so we're also getting crystals, though. So as long as we're getting any amount of XP, it means we get crystals. Let me weapon skill this one. Alright, dagger skill up, let's go. I got stunned. Yeah, so vibrato is kind of a thing that you really kind of just let happen naturally. It's good not to force it, and in fact, it's better practice if you really want to improve your singing to do a non-vibrato tone and get that kind of make sure that that's steady, and vibrato just kind of naturally shows up over time. But make sure to get the exact pitch and like a steady tone that's like supported by your breath. And it's like like a sigh, like like think about noises you make when you're not trying to sing. That's the best way to think about singing. Like when you go like, I wonder what I'm doing today. Like when you do stuff like that, like you're just sighing, like it's a little harder going up. You might have to break it into chunks. Maybe do it in like one whole note at a time, or one half note at a time even. So it's basically, it's called breathless voice. Oh no, our paladin died again. Not again. Finally got raised. Kill it first. God damn it. Are we gonna get it? Ah! Oh no, am I gonna be selfish and be the only one? I'm a thief, I don't go down with the ship. I'm the only one that's gonna live. That's how this is gonna work, you guys understand? I'm the one who's I'm the number one survivor. Well then. Okay, I think we have a new plan. Occupational hazards. Oh no, baleful gaze. Oh no. This music. Yeah, Chim's petrified. Chibiso. I'll leave you two alone. They're getting laid. I think I can make it without getting any aggro. Let's go. The goblin right there. But the Bogart, I gotta really watch out for the Bogart. I'd rather get the goblin than the Bogart. And it's Goblin Gambler, so it's easier to run away from. We can just run to the zone. Then we'll rest at the zone. The Goblin Gambler won't be able to get up. Oh no, unless it binds me. Okay, good. I'm far enough away. And I just gotta keep running. Don't stop running. Don't stop. The music is perfect for this. Listen. We gotta run away from the goblin. Goblin's running, goblin's running. Oh my goodness. Look like Grandmommy told me. If only Roki, she would be talking like this. She would say, Roki, I tell you, you need to go learn how to be a Mithra. Not like all the women in this family. Like my mother and her mother before her. And now you, my daughter. You shall learn the ways of the thief. Of being a Mithra is different than being any other thief. It is a way that only a Mithra can do. I don't know, I'm being kind of random, but we're on our way to Juneau. Let's go. Migrant Hawker. Whoa. Whoa. Okay, good. Didn't get to cast shock, which means I can actually slash rest. Someone DC'd? Was that oh no, was that Nathan again? This music's pretty awesome. Enjoy it. All right. Oh god, I gotta watch out for this Yagano. Fucking bigot. What the fuck? Alright, yeah, let's chill out with the music a bit. Oh, we gotta watch out. I'm nearly there, like you said, but we're not quite there. I still gotta make it back. I don't even have full HP. I was gonna rest full HP, but I'm gonna make it past all these raptors. These raptors aggro sound, so I can't sneak, and I can't invis past the goblins. Oh. Hey, I'm almost there. Oh no! Right after I said that. Oh no. I don't have hide. Uh-oh, I don't know if I can get out of the way. Oh, the choke alone is gonna kill me. That's a whole minute. Oh, God. Oh, God, I'm gonna die. Oh no, that sucked. We're level 21 though, let's celebrate that. It means I can wear Spike Necklace as soon as I can afford it. I want to look at the auction house first, but let's see if how much the coral whiskers sell for. Gill. Yeah, I might actually call it. We've been playing for many hours. I've been playing for 10 hours. We're definitely not getting level 25 tonight. If I'm gonna log out now. I think I'm gonna log. It's 9 PM. What the fuck? The whole day went by. That's crazy. Welcome to Final Fantasy 11. I should have given it to Zayden. Zayden was teamed up with Nathan. Thank you. Thanks for the party. It was really fun. Yeah, it's about time we log off. We've been on for 10 hours. How did that happen? Joji, do you believe that? Okay, let's... Okay, we got level 21 Thief now. That's actually a huge achievement. Look at our stats. Dex 34, Strength 22, Agility 28. Nice. Intelligence is actually good for steel, apparently. I need to get a new dagger. Let's go to the mog house first. Check our delivery box. And also get all our items sorted out. Go to the auction house. Put stuff up, check stuff out, log out, call it a night. Say goodnight to the stream. No more vibrato singing voice tonight, Joji. Yeah, basically just try to practice just speaking and singing without using your throat. Use your diaphragm, like underneath your rib cage. Like use your diaphragm. Like when you breathe, like meditation, you know when they do meditation, they do the in through the nose, out through the mouth, but you need to use your diaphragm. Don't breathe in through your chest or your throat. And you should speak like from your diaphragm. Basically, there's a thing called Mom in Church. Mom in Church. There are going to be consequences. There are going to be consequences. Like that. There are going to be consequences. If you guys don't quiet down right now, there are going to be consequences. Like it's the voice where he's like, there are going to be consequences. And if you kind of combine like a little bit of extra strength to that, you can go, there are going to be consequences. 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 Like it's, there are going to be consequences. There are going to be wherever you are. I'll be there. Okay, no more singing. We have work to do. We need to go to the auction house. Okay? Oh no, it was going to go to my mog house first. So let's go up to the mog house up here. It's all good. It's all up here. Wow, this brings back so many memories from when I was in high school. Holy shit. Wait, even more than when I was on Nosomi. Because on Nosomi I played Bastock. That's where my brother played. He played in Bastock, so I played the experience my brother got. I mean, my home point in Bastock markets and all that. It actually was a pretty good group. Everyone there was a champ. I really appreciate that. But yeah, like it's a lot of like the voiceless singing, like for the lower range below the break, because you go like, like right there. There's like kind of a halfway point at some point where you switch over from like the regular kind of like speaking voice, kind of like this, and then you go over here, and you're up here, like that's like the head voice. Right there. right there. Kind of hovering around those two notes, going around between them. That kind of gets you to the place where you need to be, okay? I don't know why I'm talking like this, maybe if I was going to make my voice like this for a special character for a cartoon. Hey everybody, make sure to like and subscribe. We're on YouTube, so make sure to join everything that you could possibly join. Okay, make sure to join everything that you possibly join. Make sure to be yourself. Make sure to have a beautiful life. Make sure. What the? I got a twin stone earring? Oh my god. Got a random twin stone earring. What the fuck? How much is that going to be worth? I'm going to save the Gauspit grass because we need to use that for Chocobo later. Silver coins. I'm gonna check the whisker, but I might just NPC it. Goblin Helm is auction house. Ford against wind. It's against anything that does gravity, I guess. I might just check I might just sell it in the auction house. I'm gonna pawn it off. I'm gonna pawn off this stupid earring. I stole it. No, I got it from a goblin. I'm pretty sure it's probably what dropped it. One of the goblins we were fighting. Unless one of the other monsters dropped it, like the Bogart or the corals. You never know. Most likely a goblin dropped it. I had no idea I even got it. Like, what the hell? Bogart, Curl, and Goblins. Learning all the Winders camps. The Winders camps are actually working out pretty good for now, but I think, like, standard camps are going to be pretty standard soon. Playing Thief, it's going to get a little bit better for parties soon, I think. Once I get my gear up, especially. But I need to get some gil. So I know getting XP is good for leveling up, but I do need to straight up get some gil at some point. The best way possible. Hopefully. Wait, did I? Oh, I didn't pull anything back out. I'm gonna have to go back to the auction house to get the crystals that's stacked. I put a bunch of items back in there. First, we're gonna NPC stuff and sell the auction. Check the auction house. I fucked up. We're gonna have to run back to the Mong house. It's okay, we got plenty of time. I'm not in a hurry either. Remember, that's not too much. Goblin Helm. $600. I need every bit I can get. Like, look how low my gil is. Yuck. Can't even get food with this amount of gil. I need 3K for the freaking crazy... They've jacked up the prices on the freaking jack-o'-lanterns. They used to be like 1,200 gil, I think. I think they actually, on this server, I think when I got here, it was probably like 2,000 or something. I'm not sure. Well, those were already loaded up. That was weird. Usually it doesn't do that. Yeah, then random vendor gil. They call me Vendor Gil! Roki Vendor Gil! Roki Vendergill of the Vendergill Guild. Of the Vendergill Guild. Roki Vendergill of the Vendergill Guild. Oh my goodness, this is so. That sounds so Windurstian too. Something a Tartara would come up with, probably. You never know with those dang Tartaru, okay? Seriously? Those things are so tricky. Mithra makes sense. Humes and, kind of makes sense. Elven kind of bother me. But, the Humes and the Galka, they're pretty cool. Galka understand tail life. I understand Humes and Galka pretty well. I have lived in Bastok back in the olden days. Now that we're in this new frontier and on the new horizon, it's gonna be a little tricky. Let's check what weapons we need. I need a dagger. Okay, we're gonna get mercenary knife. It's gonna have the most damage. It's gonna be mercenary knife. And its accuracy. I gotta get 8.5k. We need 8.5k. I need to go farm Gideus. That's what's gonna happen. I'm gonna have to go farm Gideus. Right now we're in blind knife. Everything is way better. I mean, this is way better. Like, okay, this one I can get until I can get the ape. Like, yeah, and then I'll sell this back. Let's get this one. That's a lot more damage. It's double damage, and it's more accuracy. So, goodbye, blind knife for now. I need to go to the Mog House again. I forgot to take out all the crystals and stuff that I could sell. But yeah, singing is kind of takes a lot of time and training. You also got to get a lot of like surrounding yourself by the sounds that you're trying to emulate, because your body, your ears, your mind, your body learns the vibrations, because music is sound, and sound is vibrations in the air. So anytime you listen to music that travels through your body, like if you're around other people singing, for example, singing in a choir is probably the best thing you can do to train your voice. I'm not going to try doing that until like the threat of COVID kind of dies away, and also until I can get to a satisfactory point with my voice training for singing, to sing in a female range, because I don't ever want to go back to male positions in musical position in choir. I don't want to sing. Cast Miss Bryan. I don't want to like do tenor. You know what I mean? Because I was a tenor for most of my life, obviously, because I was presenting as male, and so now I don't want to go back to sing. But it means I have to retrain my entire body. It's part of my transition is my singing voice. My singing voice is a huge goal for me too, with my transition goals. I think we're gonna have to call it here. Here's the stream. I think my transition goals, like my voice, is this a very long-term singing goal, like transition goal, is my singing voice. Getting my singing voice to a place where I feel very feminine and natural, and I'm not stressing it out too much. I'm not causing damage. It's all natural. I just feel nice, and it sounds beautiful. Doesn't sound strained. Doesn't sound like it's obviously a trans woman singing it. You know what I mean? When I feel like that, I think I'll be good with my voice. But until then, it's going to take a lot of very specific training, and I don't want to overdo it. I also think I want to coach before I do any dedicated training, like an actual one-on-one coach. Hopefully even in person, but at least even on Zoom would be good. I do have a series of courses I could watch, but I really want a one-on-one coach for my vocal training, because nothing substitutes having a vocal coach. I'm not going to let that stop me, but I'm also like not going to do any super hardcore dedicated practice without a coach. I'm gonna kind of keep it where it's at and maybe learn a few new things, but not push myself so hard that I'm causing damage to my vocal folds. You never want to do that. Anytime you feel strain in your vocal folds, stop immediately, take a break, and reassess whether or not to continue singing or playing an instrument. Anyway, thank you for stopping by. If you're watching the VOD, you watched a 10-hour VOD. What the hell? Make sure you like and subscribe if you like what you see, and you can hit the bell notification. You can see whenever I go live or when I upload a new video. I also have a second channel. I'm not really sharing it right now. I'm kind of keeping it as a side project. I'm not promoting it on my for the most part. I'm for the most part not promoting it on my main channel or on my main stuff. I'm kind of just seeing where it goes because I don't know which one's actually going to get better views. I'm just uploading copies of the same videos or alternate versions of the same videos to each different channel and kind of seeing how they do over time. Maybe in about 3 months you'll see like more of me pushing for my main YouTube channel, and this will be just the streaming channel only, and I won't even upload stuff to here. Although I might always just upload stuff just for the hell of it, you know, just to see. You know, you never know when the algorithm going to throw you a bone, but it's not going to throw the other channel. Like, you know, algorithms work per account, you know, and they're separate accounts, so it's going to have a different algorithm. Anyway, see you guys later. I'm going to have a good night. Enjoy my night. Enjoy your night. Bye-bye.